Needs to move. I can move too. Alright, there we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Apollon here, and welcome back to each one of you. And of course, if you're watching this for the first time over on YouTube, please remember to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and also click the link in the description down below. Because it is always better when it's live. I don't make the rules, I just enforce them. It really is more better when it's live. So yeah, very happy to be back. I of course did not feel great yesterday. It seems like January's bad luck just fucking continues. I don't know why. I don't know what's wrong, what's happening. But yeah, January's bad luck just will not fuck off. So hopefully at the end of January, all the bad luck is gone. Because we now even have bad luck with Alex's PC. He tried to render videos yesterday, and every single video would take almost 4 hours to render. Nothing changed. Everything remained exactly the same. His PC is fine, but it's just taking 4 hours to render. No idea why. So he's had to basically do a full clean install of all the encoders to see if that fixes the problem. So yeah, it seems like January really is just one of those months, you know. It's just one of those bad months where everything goes wrong and there is legitimately nothing you can do about it. You just sort of have to accept it, I guess. So yeah, I'm happy to be back. It feels good to be back. Thunderhawk, thank you for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. And then, of course, just to everyone that's been following, it's been absolutely insane. We've had followers coming out of my ass, to be fair. It's been insane. Too bored. How you doing, brother? How is your bleeding foot? The foot is better. The foot is better. My body is not better. But I'll tell you the story. I have some pictures as well of the scene. But I don't know if I could show those on Twitch. There's a lot of blood. Like, a lot of blood. Considering that all that blood accumulated in about 10 seconds. Maybe I'll show you guys. We'll see. I don't know if there's actually TOS rules against showing shit like that. King Julian, thanks for the tier and stuff, dude. Really appreciate that. 7 months in a row. 26 months altogether. Really appreciate that, bro. Thank you. Not in front of my fruit salad. Too bored. I'll warn everyone beforehand before I show it. But yeah, it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad, and I ended up losing about almost 3 HB. It's like an HB test that tells you, from what I can gather, it tells you how much oxygen is in your blood. And I lost about 3. So that equates to probably like a liter and a half of blood that was lost as a result of it. So I'm still feeling pretty lightheaded. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Yesterday, I was a fucking zero, bro. I wanted to go live yesterday. I couldn't keep my eyes open. I was sleeping like most of the day. Today, I feel better. Still lightheaded. Still headaches. I have massive headache. As I'm sitting here, I have a massive headache. But I'm at least able to sit up. If that makes any fucking difference. I can sit up. You know, Dr. Law, thank you much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Grand Nagus. How you doing, brother? Very happy to be back. Very happy to have all of you back. Today's going to be an interesting one. Today's going to be a spicy fucking one. Just joined. What happened? Oh, I'll tell you as soon as, you know, we're done with the setup and the intro. Mortal Fodder, how you doing, brother? As soon as we're done with the intro, we have about 4 minutes left before the next set of 3-minute ads, and then we have an hour of ad-free viewing, and then, you know, then I'll tell you guys about my near-death experience. That's not really a near-death experience. That's just the clickbaiter in me. But, you know, I felt like I was going to die. At the time, at least, I thought, yeah, this is it. This is how I go out. What a fucking pissy way to get out, you know? Not even in a good way. You go out from a cut on your foot. What a way to die. The newspapers would have a field day with that one. Fat streamer dies because of little cut on foot. Pussy. Grandnaggers in the IRL Shadowlands? Well, yeah, kind of, you know. But no, I just lost a lot of blood. That's really it. And I didn't think I was losing that much blood, to be fair. Anyways, what's everyone else up to? What are you guys doing? Considering it is Friday, it's almost weekend. Any plans for the weekend, guys? Did you hear that Meatloaf died? Whoa. When the fuck did that happen? I like his music, but wasn't he like stupidly old as well? He was like an old dude, wasn't he? That's kind of fucking sad. Because I loved Meatloaf's music. 74. Yeah, alright. I mean, that's still very young, to be honest. Especially these days, that is still fairly young. My dad right now is like 69. I think he's 69. I might be lying. He might be 65. Fuck, how old is my dad? I don't know. 64, 65, maybe something like that. And he still, like, looks like a young man, to be fair, you know. Still working, farming every single fucking day. Does MMA. Like, don't know why, but he likes it, so he does MMA. Like, not with other people. He doesn't hit other people. He's got, like, all the equipment, and he sort of practices grappling moves and stuff. Shit like that, you know? So 74 is actually pretty, you know, pretty young, to be fair. So that's quite a big knock, though. He was a good fucking musician. Blij om te zien je doen beter, Akko. Voor het rustig alsjeblieft. Draconian, how you doing, brother? Really happy to be back and happy to have all of you filtering in. Really appreciate that. I always think to myself, today's the day that no one shows up. You know, Cheatsy, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome. Welcome to the chat. Very happy to have you here. What's up, man? Hey, I can't complain. It's Friday. I'm streaming. What could possibly be better? Well, there's a couple of things that could be better. I'm not going to lie, chat. I love you guys, but if I had like a house filled with hookers and coke, that would be better. You know, that would be better than streaming on a Friday. I don't have a house filled with hookers and coke, sadly. That would be one hell of a weekend, wouldn't it? Josh, how you doing, bro? Same year, early morning fundraiser stream, buddy. Oh shit, nice, nice. Gonna have that in Final Fantasy 14 though. True, I could go visit some of those whorehouses in Final Fantasy 14. So yeah, I've been to a bunch of concerts of his in the 90s and chatted with him in his bus after one. So genuine and down to earth. Fuck. Lucky you, bro. Lucky you. At least we still have his music. Although, did he still make music? I can't remember the last time I've actually heard a new Meatloaf song. I feel like he's been retired for a long time. Or maybe I just stopped listening to a lot of music. Because that definitely did happen. I almost never listen to music. If it's not me streaming, I don't listen to music. Alright, I'm running another 3-minute ads, guys. Don't worry, we're not going to talk about anything important. I'm running the ads so that you don't get ads later on. So don't worry about it. Don't freak the fuck out. Don't be like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. There's more ads. A couple of years ago, he retired of sorts. Oh, bro. I'll tell you guys what I am excited for this weekend. The Buccaneers, bro. The Buccaneers going up against the Rams. Oh, that's scary. The Rams look... Oh, is it the Rams? It's the... No. They're going up against LA. Who are the LA people called again? What's their abbreviation? Well, not their abbreviation. Their animal, or whatever the fuck. The LA Chargers? It is the Rams. Yeah, the LA Rams. Wait, why do I think there's an LA Chargers team as well? Is that a football team or is that a different kind of team? Who's the LA Chargers? There is an LA Chargers. I thought so. I thought as much. I know there's a Chargers team. But yeah, they're going up against the Rams and I am fucking mortified, dude. I am mortified because there's just this part of me that thinks this could be like Brady is good and the Buccaneers are good, but the Rams are fucking on fire, dude. Matt Saints, how you doing, bro? So yeah, I'm a little bit cautiously optimistic for this weekend. But yeah, I think if Brady and them like can pull this one off, the only people they can kind of lose to would be the Chiefs or the Packers. Like the Packers is definitely, I would say I'm probably the most afraid of the Packers. The Packers look kind of fucking unstoppable. So I'm probably most afraid of the Packers. The Chiefs, I kind of feel like the Bucks had their number last year, and I think the Bucks are going to have their number this year as well. Whereas, yeah, I don't know if you can figure out the Packers. I don't know who the Packers are playing, actually. Yeah, I have no idea who the Packers are playing. I don't follow football that closely that I know every single game. I just watch all of the highlights. So after every single weekend, I'll watch all of the highlights, and then I'll try and look for the full game of the Buccaneers. I find it wild that the Detroit Lions pay Matthew Stafford so much and still no Super Bowl. How much do they pay Stafford? What does he currently get, Josh? Although Stafford is like, isn't he considered to be one of the best quarterbacks right now in the league? 126 million contract. Jesus. Holy crap. That is a, excuse my language here, but that is a cunt ton of money. What could you do with $126 million? Like, retire or whatever, because why would you need to keep working? You know? Fetch World of Warcraft. You may need more than that. I don't think that's going to be enough. Unknown, how you doing, bro? Kildana, how you doing? Hookers and coke. Jesus, you could get a lot of hookers and coke for $126 million. Thorwald, how you doing, brother? Garian, how you doing, brother? Auto, how you doing, bro? I'll tell you guys in a minute what happened. Back issues here, but what happened? Unknown, maybe I'll tell you in a second. Adelia, how you doing? Andy, how you doing? So you become a fan of the Blood God, I heard? Yeah, kind of. I was praying to him quite extensively last night. Buy a new body on the black market. No, I just need to get this body into shape. That's really all that matters. I just need to get this body into shape, and then we'll be good. Yeah, I don't think Bobby would leave for 126 million. Archmaintrick, how you doing? No, if I had a 126 million, I would make my own MMO. That would probably be my yeah, I feel like that would be my that would be my immediate step, would be to start making my own game. Like get a company together, start working on the company from the ground up. I would probably want to do my own engine, so build my own graphics engine from the ground up and build the MMO that no one else is fucking building. Agriel, how you doing, bro? To be honest, you think you could pay him to stand there so every employed person in Blizzard could kick him in the balls? I don't think he would. Any amount of money would suffice for that. But that would be funny as fuck to see. If you take him to drinking Thigh organ blood as health tonic? Although, no, I have not. What the fuck is that? What kind of MMO would you make? Oh, shit. Okay, so for me, it would be an MMO that, first and foremost, obviously focuses on story, 100%. I already have a story in mind that I think, like, I've been working on the story for about 12 years. So, you know, it's a massive, massive world that I've already built. But I would literally focus my game around around casual content, not around hardcore content, around casual content. There would be, now I have to admit, since starting Final Fantasy, my focus on my game, if I were to make a game, I have shifted. I've learned quite a lot from playing Final Fantasy in how to apply certain things, how not to apply certain things, how to push certain things. But I would put a hell of a lot more onus on solo play. So I would try to build the game in such a way that it rewards group play. So when you do play with groups, when you do play with mates, there's obvious rewards that come from that. But solo play is also a thing. So if you wanted to play the game completely solo, you could absolutely do that. You wouldn't be able to do the raids, because obviously those wouldn't be solo content. But you'd be able to, like, I would build scenarios for you that you can run, like we used to have back in Mist of Pandaria. And those scenarios would actually be able to go up in difficulty. So you could do those scenarios at a pretty high difficulty that really pushes you, but also gives you a really nice chunk of story. Like, I would just try to work in a game that built as much fun for as many people as possible within the fantasy universe, without doing crap that I so often see. And this is actually stuff that really pisses me off. How do I describe this? So when you look at games like Agent Trey, thank you much for the follow, really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. If you take a look at games like Ashes of Creation coming out now, I think Ashes of Creation is going to be an interesting game. I think it's going to be a relatively fun game. But I don't think Ashes of Creation is going to be, in any way, shape, or form, a massive game. I don't think Ashes of Creation is ever going to boast 10 million players. Even 5 million players, I highly fucking doubt that it would actually be able to boast with 5 million players. I think at best, if the guys from Ashes of Creation if Intrepid Studios are lucky, they'll have like 1.5 million maybe players. And that will be enough. For a very hardcore game like Ashes of Creation, that's enough. The problem with it is, it has these unrealistic goals, right? Of things that it is hoping for that I genuinely hate. So to give you an example of what I'm talking about here, they want to have a player-driven economy. Now, player-driven economies, right, chat, sounds very good on paper until you actually implement it into your game. And then you very quickly realize, well, it doesn't actually work that well. Because basically what Ashes of Creation wants to set up is every shop in the game is player-run. Every single item that you buy in the game comes from a player. A player had to farm that, a player had to work to get it. Now, in theory, yeah, why not? That doesn't sound too bad. In practice, you're going to have certain items that is just never going to be on the market. You need a massive audience in order to actually ensure that there's enough stuff there for people to, buy what they need. So ultimately what you end up with is a game that doesn't feel great because everything is controlled by the player base. They have the mayor system. And they have the how do you put it? They have the housing system, which is all player generated. Everything comes from the player there. That it's not a hassle to be able to fly in FF. Sabraski, how you doing, bro? Baldhead Fetish, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. There are games that pull it off, like, for example, Grand Nagas. EVE Online is a very good example of a game that manages to pull off player-driven economies, but we also have to understand the kind of players that play EVE Online. Most people who play EVE Online are incredibly hardcore players. These aren't just guys that sort of log in for 1 hour a day. The people that play EVE Online are very hardcore. but it is still very niche. You know, EVE Online is by no means a massive game. It's a very niche game. It's a very small game, if you will. And so I personally, I don't see games like Ashes of Creation making a massive dent in the MMO market. It's trying too hard. It's pushing too hard. And I'll be honest with you, one of the things that probably pisses me off most, Tempest, how you doing, brother? One of the things that pisses me off most about Ashes of Creation is its action combat system. Can I get quickly in chat here? How many of you like action combat? How many of you think action combat is better than tap targeting? You know, the age-old, what we're all used to in MMOs, tap targeting combat versus the new hip-hop and happening action combat system. Who prefers which system? People playing shitbox computers can't run Unreal Engine 5 and most are part of the casual audience. If the optimization is fine, I believe they should be able to. You know, if the optimization is done well. Depends on the game. Yeah, obviously, but I'm talking specifically about online MMO games. Right, so online MMO. That's specifically what I'm talking about here. Because action combat works very well in a lot of games, but in MMOs specifically what I'm asking for. I like the gameplay of Invictus. Hate what they have done to it now. Freemium features. I hate freemium features in general. So I'm right there with you. So the thing for me with tap targeting, I think tap targeting allows for more strategic gameplay. You know, because if you take something like Final Fantasy XIV and you look at the gameplay of Final Fantasy XIV, nothing can ever miss. You're always going to hit all of your shots, so that's not a problem, right? If your stats are correct, that's always going to be great. Jay, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Where the skill comes in a game like Final Fantasy XIV is pulling off your rotation in the most optimal way possible. So learning the shortcuts, learning things like slide casting as a black mage, you know, learning those little bits and pieces, weaving and doing weaving optimally on your class. That's where the skill comes in. Whereas with a lot of these action combat games like ESO, for example, you can't really put that much of an onus on the rotation and making a very high skill-based rotation, because the player also has to focus on aiming whilst doing their rotation. The player also has to focus on a bunch of other things whilst also doing the rotation. So I just feel like, for me personally, and then of course the biggest reason why I hate action combat video games, MMO specifically, is I play from South Africa, which, you know, it's not great when you're playing at 200 plus MS and you have to aim at someone that will move before you actually get to see that they've moved. In WoW as an Affliction Lock, tap targeting was all I knew for a very long time. So far, the only good action-based combat system I've seen was in BDO. It did not feel awkward or hard to aim, at least in PvE. I've never had problems aiming in PvE. It's usually been the PvP stuff that fucked me up. It's usually been the PvP stuff that fucked me up. So in ESO, for example, as soon as I go PvP, on my screen, I'm 100% aiming at the fucking person that I'm casting at, but I miss. It just goes straight past them, or sometimes even straight through them on my screen. I'm like, what the... I thought I hit them. But genuinely, I hit them because I can see the bolt going straight through them, and then suddenly they're like off to the side, and say, oh wow, that sucks. So yeah, I'm just personally a fan of tap targeting. I feel like too many people try to reinvent the wheel when it comes to MMOs, rather than just... Because ultimately, what made Final Fantasy successful is it didn't try to reinvent the wheel. Doomscreen, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. good morning to you. Thanks for the first time chat, bro. Got a couple of your t-shirts coming my way, bro. Dr. Neptune, thanks for the support, dude. Really appreciate that. I'm actually having all of my t-shirts printed. Like, I bought a bunch of blank t-shirts, and I'm having all of them printed. So, hopefully, I should wear all of my merch in the very near future. I can't really order them from Teespring, where I would have loved to order them, because they take 6 to 8 months to arrive here. And then they usually get lost in the mail. That's how I ended up with 2 fuck you shirts. I have a shirt that says fuck you on the shirt with my face on it. And I have 2 of them. Because they sent one, it never arrived. 8 months later, I emailed them. I was like, listen here, this shirt's still not fucking here. So they send another one. 8 months later, both of them arrive. I go to the mail, to the post office. I'm like, hey, can I get my shirts, please? And they're like, yeah. They give me 2 fucking shirts. I'm like, wait, I ordered 1 toxic as fuck shirt and 1 fuck you shirt. I have 2 toxic as fuck shirts and 2 fuck you shirts. What's going on? I'm like, well, this is what we've been saying. So then I had to pay double. So I had to email Teespring and be like, okay, by the way, those other 2 shirts that you sent like 16 months ago, they just arrived. So, can you please tell me how do I pay you for these? They ended up saying, don't worry about it, just take them. So yeah, ordering from Teespring is just not an option for me. So yeah, I usually no, fuck you, Strummer. Oh Jesus, what's with the fucking aggro, bro? Agriel, who pulled on your balls today? Seen the bold one. Notice your video about why Zaval ruined the WoW story. Josh, yeah, Asmongold did react to my video. And it has since just led to a cascading effect of support, which is insane. Got a toxic as fuck, and the one where gaming does violence. Nice. Dr. Neptune, nice. Please send me a picture as soon as you get those, as soon as they arrive. Who's offering free ball jobs? Ooh. I don't know. Who's offering free ball jobs? Anyone in chat want to have some balls in their mouth? Must be someone. Mortal Fata, you're offering free ball jobs. Fucking weirdo. Congratulations on not dying. Send family. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Not today, Mattins. I'll hit you up tomorrow. Gotta live somehow. Hey, I'm not judging. I'm not judging. It's your mouth. Do whatever the fuck you want with it. Gotta do what you gotta do. True. Sometimes you have to respect the hustle, you know? So you have to respect the fucking hustle. Not only did Asma see your vid, but you went on Lulu's vid yesterday as well. Wait, really? Jesus. Lulu rocks, dude. Asmongold too. Asmongold said some really nice things about me. I was quite surprised, because for quite a while, I wasn't sure if Asmongold even knew I made videos. He did upload his react to YouTube. It got like 400 and something thousand views last time I checked. And I got, just off of that, I got 36,000 views on the first day and 16,000 views on the second day. And I'm currently at plus 400 new subs just as a result of Asmongold reacting to that video. So I am just fucking grateful for Asmongold reacting to the video. And then, of course, I'm having, like, I don't know what the fuck this is, but I made a tweet about this. And that tweet is just blown the fuck up. It's my highest liked tweet ever. At 2,255 likes. And it's not even close. I think it's my highest liked tweet by like 2,000 likes. So that's quite insane. I just got home from a 10-hour drive. I'm a little behind. Dr. Neptune, where were you driving to? Becoming a big creator? Yeah, and I promise once I'm a big creator to still be the same cunt I've always been. If that bothers you, maybe you shouldn't be here. 43-minute reaction video, about 50 minutes long video. Yeah, I do the same thing. Literally, Alex edits my react videos to the Fall and Rise of Final Fantasy XIV. Those videos are on average about 15, 16 minutes long, and then I hand him a react video of about 59 minutes. And that's it. Velena, how you doing? Sub to Echo, we thought it was cool. I appreciate that, Velena. Same content, absolutely same content. Same low quality, low effort content that you guys have grown used to. I can't change that now. Fuck, I'm not going to start doing effort. Jesus. You guys do know that I have a life, right? Well, I don't really have a life, but I pretend to have a life. So yeah, it will be the exact same low effort, low quality content that you guys have grown used to. I don't want to set the bar too high, you know. If I start setting the bar too high, you guys will expect too much. It's really up to me to keep the quality as low as possible. That way, whenever you come into the stream and I do something extraordinary, all of you go, Jesus, Akalon's stream was lit today. I don't think the kids say lit anymore these days. What do the kids say these days? I don't know. The kids probably have a different word these days. But, so yeah, I need to keep the quality low. You know, I've told you guys about those expectation things, right? Thick Wizard, by the way, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. And then, of course, Standard Hamster with the tier 1 sub 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sounds like something Blizzard would say. Yeah, I kind of agree with Blizzard on that one. It has to do with expectations. In life, in general, when you put, like, the trick in life, the trick to happiness is to keep expectations of yourself as low as possible. You know, so when people ask you to do something, don't do it immediately. Wait a bit. You know, make sure that they ask you 2 or 3 times. You never want to be too dependable, because once that happens, there's now an expectation that you will always be dependable, and then you have to sort of abide by those standards that you've set for yourself. The best way to be happy is to put those standards in the fucking trash. Like, if you go out of your way to do something, people are surprised at the fact that you actually did it. So if you take out the trash, people are like, Jesus, did you just take out the trash? Holy fuck. And you're like, yeah, man, I don't mind taking out the trash. That's a lie, of course, but you do say it because you want the praise. But yeah, these overachievers just make life so hard for themselves, almost always. Grassman, I had a friend stab me in the back, and I am in a negative, so reap the rewards that you sued ever so long ago. Although I really am sorry about that. Nothing hurts more than being stabbed in the back, especially by a friend. Gotta say, I love Alex's editing lately, digging the screen shakes when you go nuts. So the whole thing with me and Alex, we actually made, so I'm glad that I will tell Alex that you've noticed it. We made a decision at the beginning of the year to cut back on the amount of content that we release on the channels, because I make a lot of clips. For those of you that don't know, every single stream results in probably 4 or 5 clips. Now, we used to do 3 clip videos on the clip channel, and then 1 video on the main channel every day. We then cut back the main channel to 3 videos a week, but still keeping the 3 videos on the clips channel every single day. Which resulted in Alex physically not being able to put out high quality content, because he just had to get that video in, cut some stuff up, remove some of the useless stuff, and then bam, push it out as quickly as possible. Then we cut to 2 videos a day on the clips channel, with 3 videos on the main channel every week. And again, it didn't really make it so that Alex could edit the videos. It just meant that he now had time to get all the videos to me before I started uploading, like before I had to start uploading. And we've now decided, look, how about 3 videos on the main channel, 1 video a day on the clips channel, and you actually get to put in some editing. You actually get to edit the videos and have some fun with them. So it's just made life a hell of a lot better. It's cut down the money, obviously, because 3 videos make a lot of money every single day. But I think the quality is higher. And we're constantly learning and growing and doing different things. Not hook. Is triggering me again. Oh, Carl. Yeah. Give me a moment. Let me see if I can fix that. It's the wind and I don't have stoppers on the fucking thing. So let me see if I can fix that for you. All right. Does that work? Does that work? Hopefully that works. I mean, I can understand when someone gets triggered by shit like that, because it would drive me fucking crazy as well. So yeah, I can understand why someone would. This is the peak male physique. If you don't agree, you have unrealistic expectations. I would say I'm definitely, unless the peak male physique is dying of a heart attack at the age of 50, maybe a little smaller than me would be peak male physique. Juicy ass. Jesus. You guys are weird. You guys are fucking weird. You degenerate fucks. All right, so do you guys want to hear about my Coral? By the way, thanks for the 0 sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. I do hope that you will enjoy your stay with us. Please keep your hands and feet inside the cart at all times, unless, of course, you feel you don't want to. In which case, do whatever the fuck you want. Very happy to have you here, bro. That is for fixing the curtain. I really appreciate your money. I promise to spend it not wisely. If that helps. I will take your money and I will fucking waste it. I was skinny as fuck. All my friends were either fat or buff, so I developed quite the attitude knowing I have bodyguards at my disposal. Nice, Doomscream. Very nice. Dornagoff, how you doing, bro? Coke and hookers. That's all you need. That's what life... That is what makes life worth living. But no, so I... The story about how I almost died. Do you guys want to hear it? Do you want to see pictures of the scene? I didn't take pictures of everything. I would stick around, bro, but I gotta go to bed. Alright, Dr. Neptune, take care of yourself, bro. I didn't take pictures of everything. Because the shower was... I don't think Twitch would have allowed the shower. In all honesty. But... I don't know if it's TOS safe. This is what I don't know. I don't know if I'm allowed to show this at all. I might be able to. I mean, it's not like it's just blood. But is blood Twitch safe? Blood is not TOS safe. Alright, so we can't do blood. Okay, what I will do for you guys is I'll put it on Discord. So those of you that is on Discord, you can go check. This is literally on Discord. Is this was 10 seconds. This was the blood that was pooling after 10 seconds. And this happened at my PC. This happened while I was sitting at my PC. I was sort of busy. I was sort of distracted, and I dropped a glass, and the glass literally shattered, and a shard of it just jammed into my foot, and it jammed into a vein. Now, I don't know what the likelihood is of that ever happening again, but I hope not high, because it was not fucking fun. I'm gonna put it in... Jesus, where do I put this so people don't lose their minds? Because I can't really put it in general, can I? Yeah, I'm trying to think. Where do I put this? You know what? We'll put it in... Oh, these are lock channels. I can't really put it in lock channels. Let's see. Let's just see here. I really want to mark it a spoiler, but I can't remember how do you mark something a spoiler. You not just type hashtag spoiler at the end. Well, how do you do spoilers on Discord again? I never do the hashtag spoilers. Jasperine, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just slash spoilers. Yeah, but it's a picture. I want the picture to be marked as a spoiler. So... Talgrim, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, I've tried to do the slash spoiler. So if this doesn't work, you guys are fucked. You're gonna see that picture no matter what you do. Usually there is, but for some reason it's not showing up. Like when I click on the picture, it doesn't actually ask me whether I want it as a spoiler or not. Like it doesn't ask, which is so fucking annoying. Come on, you bastard. Here we go. Let's quickly see this. Prometheus, how you doing, bro? Love you too, bro. Do slash spoiler, aim to message and add a picture to it through the plus. Okay, yeah, that should work fine. Just want to make sure that I don't spoil people with blood that doesn't want to see blood. You know, because I can imagine there is definitely some people who wouldn't want to see it, you know? And that's fine. Alright, so there is also... Come on, upload, you fuck. It won't upload for some reason. Won't upload. There's a lot of people that faint at the sight of blood, even when it's on a screen. I know. That's why I want to do it spoiler, but it won't upload. Don't know why. Alright, it should be fine now. Let's see. Click if you hate blood. Alright, we do that. That should be fine. Alright, that should put it as a spoiler. I'm not sure if it does, but... doesn't look like it puts it on as a spoiler, to be frank. It won't let me post it without... I'm deleting it now. It won't let me post it without... This is so fucking annoying. It won't let me post it without text. You see, there it is. This option is required. Specify a value. It literally wants a message. No, it's fine. I'll figure it out later. You guys can just follow on Discord. I'll send it to you later. I'm not going to waste time on stream doing it now. All you need to know is there was a lot of blood. And that was about 10 seconds of me sitting here. There was like literally blood pooling around my foot. And there was blood on the wall behind my desk. Now, I'm sitting about 1.5 meters from my desk. The blood was literally like spraying out, dude. So I called my brother. I'm sitting there with my finger on this fucking wound, like my hand on this wound, trying to stop the blood. I called my brother. I'm like, bring me a plastic bag. So I put my foot in a plastic bag. I wrap it up, and I walk to the shower. As I'm walking, I can feel the fucking plastic bag just filling up with shit. Can we get the timeout removed from Doom Screen? Sorry about that. The bot does things. But yeah, okay. So I'm sitting there. The bag is filling up. I get to the shower, and I take off the bag, and it's still spraying everywhere, dude. It's literally just blood everywhere. The whole shower is just filled with blood. So I'm standing there. I have the water open, and my foot is under the running water. I'm trying to make the bleeding stop. And I think to myself, the bleeding has to stop. It can't keep spraying the whole fucking time. It will not stop. After about sort of 10 minutes, I feel myself starting to feel incredibly lightheaded, and my fingers are starting to tingle, like starting to get like numb. So I'm like, okay, wait a second, we have to brute force this. The bleeding needs to fucking stop. So my brother's in there. We have like bandages and shit, and we literally wrap that thing as tight as humanly possible. Now it was cold water, Grand Nagas. I didn't have hot water on because that would not have helped. But the cold water didn't do shit either. So I just wrapped that thing as tight as I can. And that seemed to help, because it wasn't even a big cut. It was like a little fucking cut. It was like really, really tiny. But the blood that was coming out of there was just insane, because it was on a vein. It was literally on a vein. That it was just spraying like fuck. So this morning I went to the clinic because, you know, yesterday I felt really horrible. Like yesterday I felt like death. I had massive headaches. I was really tired the whole day, really lightheaded. Today I have headaches, so my headache hasn't gone away. I still feel tired, but not nearly as bad as yesterday. Like, I feel better today. Well, better being relative, but I do feel better today. And I went to the clinic to get an HB test. The HB test showed that I had lost 3 HB. Now, I don't know how to describe... I don't know what the word is for HB in English. It's homo... or hemoglobuli or some shit like that. I don't know what the English word is for it. Yeah, hemoglobin. Hemoglobin. That's the one. So I lost like 3. I'm supposed to be at around 14. I'm at 11. Now, it's going to take 3 months for that to build back up. So I have iron supplements now to help speed it up a little bit. And then, but my dad said I'm probably going to feel lightheaded for the next day or 2. And then the lightheadedness should stop. We'll see. But yeah, dude, I felt like death after that. I was like, what the fuck is this? How did I lose this much blood in such a short amount of time as well? So, Marnie, thanks for the first one chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Ah, okay, Andy. Okay. That makes sense. Let's do that then. Let's do that. Mark a spoiler. Fucking perfect, Andy. Still doesn't mark it as a fucking spoiler. What? Bro, I literally just fucking did it. I did it exactly the way that you said. And, it still doesn't mark it as a spoiler. How did I fuck up? There. It says spoiler. Everything says spoiler. And then I post it. And it doesn't say spoiler. Does it say spoiler on your fucking thing at the moment? When you look at it, Andy, does it say spoiler? It doesn't, does it? Yeah. I literally did everything you said. Mark it as spoiler. It shows that it's going to go upload as a spoiler. And then it just uploads as normal. So yeah. Take care of yourself, Elena. Thank you very much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself. Sleep well. Yeah, I'll DM it to you, Andy. Then you can just upload it as spoiler. Because for some reason my Discord will not fucking do it. Because I want you guys to see at least a little bit of this fuck up. There you go. Alright, you guys can check the general channel on Discord. if you want to see the bloodbath that was there, that was 10 seconds. The shower looked a million times worse. Channel, did you post it too? It's gonna go into general. No, King Julian will probably not be playing. Grand Nagas, what happened? It might not show spoiler for you as the posting person. It should, because I've done spoiler posting in the past, and it shows spoiler for the person who posts it as well. Like, the person who posted gets a spoiler as well. So, the fact that it doesn't want to do it now is just weird. I've never done a picture spoiler. Take spoiler is different. Take spoiler is pretty easy, but yeah. Oh, that is the next day, by the way. I couldn't take a picture the same day. At first, it was just red. Just like very, very deep red. The next day it became like it obviously already what's the English word when something coagulate? What's the English word for that? I don't know. Coagulate. That's the one. Yeah, so the next day it obviously already coagulated. And so that's what you're seeing there, is the aftermath of everything. I wouldn't have been able to do it the same night. I literally passed out about half an hour after that. I went to go lie down as soon as we got the bleeding stopped, and I just passed the fuck out. Just like, I can't be awake anymore. Did you apply pressure to the wound, or did you go right to the shower? I went straight to the shower. And then stood in the shower, just washing off my foot and making sure that all the blood is washed off. And it would not stop spraying. And I thought, let's give it a minute. Let's see if it stops. And I kept trying to, like, with my finger, push on it. You know? Like, I would push on it for a bit to see if it would stop. And it didn't. And then we just brute forced it. We literally just took, like, a fuck ton of bandages and cotton and just jammed it in there and literally tied it as tight as humanly possible without cutting blood flow to the rest of my foot. And that managed to do the trick. Reduce blood scale. So what do you mean? But yeah, so that was a thing. That was very, 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 very fucking interesting. That was an interesting day. I don't want to do it again. That was not the rush I was looking for. But yeah. It seems like January is just the month of bad luck for me, bro. Just everything is bad luck in January. So hopefully all of my bad luck is run out by the time February hits, you know. Yeah, feet wounds are harder to stop because pressure. You would have to raise your foot above your chest. I ended up doing that, Pink Turkey. By the way, how you doing, bro? Nice to have you back. I haven't seen you in a while. I ended up doing that. I lay on my bed with my foot in the fucking air, and I just lay there, just passed out. Eat parsley and bone marrow helps replenish lost blood. I won't eat parsley, but I could easily eat some bone marrow, no problem. But yeah, now there's literally a small little scab, like tiny little scab, keeping the blood back. So I've been running these scenarios in my head, imagining going to the shop, and as I'm walking, that small little scab falls off, and it just fucking splurts out in the middle of a shopping center. Like, that would be rough. That would be fucking rough. Dude, GPU died yesterday? Oh, crap. I know. Is your GPU still under warranty, though? Because if it's still under warranty... Oh, shit. That is a massive hit. That is definitely a huge hit. I would cry if my GPU died right now. Because getting a 3080 is fucking impossible. Main character in Gilgamesh to help you with your content. So then you will be done with Hildy questline. I'll be somewhat around Stormblood. Agriel, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, we'll probably be back playing Final Fantasy XIV on Sunday. We'll most likely be back on Sunday playing Final Fantasy XIV. I just wanted to do a quick stream today, hang out with you guys, maybe watch a couple of videos, you know, watch a few more of the Fallen Rise of Final Fantasy stuff. But I'm definitely, I can tell you now, I wouldn't make a 8-9 hour stream. You know, our normal streams, I would literally not make it. I would feel fucking miserable. I ended up scratching my throat with a fry on Sunday. How the hell did you do that? So bloody throat, plus hoarse voice, plus swallowing hurts. All I got left now is a slight cough. Fucking hell. You need to chew better. Like, do you just swallow the fries? Do you just go... Because I feel like if you're chewing the fry, it should not scratch your throat. You know? Although, no. I'll obviously, like, the thing for me, so, my rule, like, I used to be very, sort of focused on going live. Back in the day, I would go live, this was when I was still streaming over on YouTube. I would go live even if I had the flu. Like, I would just struggle through the fucking stream with the flu. Because my thinking back then was you just need to go live, you know, no matter what. My thinking nowadays have changed. If I don't feel like I'm in the right mindset to entertain you guys, I won't go live. I'd rather miss a stream or two and know that by the time I come back, I can be at least somewhat entertaining than go live, sit here, and basically, you know, basically just potato. Because that would literally have been me yesterday. Yesterday, I would have sat here and I would just have been like, yeah, hey guys, how are you guys doing? Yeah, I don't feel well. You know, that would have been me. I wouldn't have been able to speak a lot. I would not have been able to do fucking anything. So, I'd rather... Because the thing is, right, if you go live, and this is sort of where my thinking on this comes in. Let's imagine I go live, yeah, and I'm not feeling great. So I don't feel in the mood to entertain, because I'm not feeling great. I'm not feeling it. Now imagine suddenly we get like 300 people showing up, right? 300 brand new people to the stream. They've never been here. They tune in. They don't know that this is not my usual self, right? They have no idea. The person that they're seeing on the screen right now is the person that they're seeing. They're literally judging you on that. They're judging you on literally what you are right now. Asmongold said this, I think, yesterday. I was watching a reaction video of his today. And he said yesterday, you're only as good as your last 2 streams. Right? And that's true. If you go live and you feel like crap, you're gonna look like crap. And then what happens is, every new viewer that comes in looks at you and goes, this guy's crap. I don't want to watch him. And they don't come back. Right? It's not like you can get them back. It's not like you can go, oh, no, come back tomorrow. I'll feel better then. You know, so I'm not willing to go live unless I know I can be entertaining and I can have fun with you guys. I'd rather miss out on the subs, right? But whenever I do go live, I can put on somewhat of a good show for you. Now, let's be real. Don't get your hopes up too high if you are new to this chat. The shows that I put up is very low effort. But still, you know, don't want to go lower than what we are already. Time to go to work. Adelia, take care of yourself. Thank you much for hanging out. Most unfortunate timing since Zach just watched your video. What do you mean most? Yeah, well, you know, it is what it is. I still had a ton of growth over on YouTube. It's been amazing. I love the fact that Asmongold reacted to my video. I think it was a very good reaction. It's amazing to see the response because most people in the community really enjoyed it. It was kind of funny to see his chat go, why the fuck are there bars in front of his window? That made me laugh. So yeah, you do you, bud. I'd rather have a close 100% echo than a warm body zombie echo. Myself, I'll suffer not having a stream to watch. Unforgive one, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. How you doing, brother? My work schedule has changed. Used to work mornings during the week. Now I work double on Monday, Tuesday night double on Wednesday. Also, throw thing happened on the first week. This went into effect. Jesus. Pink Turkey, I can only apologize. It must be horrible working so much. Yeah, I would say, I think Asmongold reacting to a content creator, reacting to your YouTube videos, does much for the YouTube channel. It doesn't really do much for the stream. You know, the Twitch streams, that doesn't really do much. You're not going to see a hell of a lot of growth on your Twitch streams because of that. We've seen a ton of growth over the last month, you know, on Twitch. We've gone from an average of 100, 90 to 100 viewers to nowadays actually averaging 150 to 200 viewers per stream. Josh exploded after Zach reacted to his videos. Agreel, true. True. It's important to keep pushing content. Because, yes, you do... It's an insane growth mechanic if you do it correctly. But that's actually one of the things I do want to talk about today. Because there's this movement, from what I can see, from people who hate the fact that Asmongold reacts to people. You find the fella not calling him a stealer? Of course. I don't see it as stealing at all. It's insane. It's really fucking cool. I hope Asmon does well as well. He seems to be doing good. Doomscream, are you asking me? Because my chat moves very slowly. Captivated, that is also very true. I mean, my chat, I have tons of time to see my chat and to react to chat. I think if you're asking about Asmongold, so Twitch streamers, there's actually a fun little trick on Twitch, which is what most good streamers utilize. So, Twitch works in these 5-second intervals. The way Twitch chat works, it's 5-second intervals. It updates every 5 seconds. So, when you have, like, fewer viewers, so like me, every single chat you send will immediately show up. But let's imagine we had 10,000 viewers here, and there was, like, 1,000 people chatting at the same time. Twitch would pause all of the messages, and every 5 seconds it sends through a fuck ton of messages to the streamer. And this is where streamers then read the message. It's in that moment that chat stops and goes again. So in that moment that chat stops and goes again, that's where you have like a brief 5-second window that you can actually read what people are saying. So that's sort of the trick that large content creators use to be able to see to be able to read people's messages. So I wanted to talk about this because I think it's an important discussion to have. I think it's something that we should absolutely be talking about because I think there's such a hate movement right now on React content. There's such a hate boner right now for React content. So many people get so fucking angry about React content and about React streamers. Most specifically, some of the criticisms that I've seen for people like Asmongold is, and someone actually tweeted this out the other day, which got me thinking about this. Literally the day before Asmongold reacted to my video, someone on my timeline showed up them tweeting out, "How is this fucking fair? I put hours and hours and hours into making my YouTube video. I get 10,000 views. Asmongold reacts to my video for like an hour and he gets 400,000 views, right? How is this fair?" And I didn't respond to them. I thought, well, fuck it. You know, there's no way of convincing someone that their viewpoint is completely wrong. Okay, but Lo and behold, less than 24 hours later, Asmongold reacts to one of my videos. So now I am in a position to actually kind of talk about this and kind of talk about whether or not it's good. Is it actually good that people react to content, like people like Asmongold? So before we even get into that, let's be clear about one thing. When we're talking about React content, there are two types of React content creators or React creators. And within those two types of React creators, there is a subset on the one that also splits it into two. So you get the one type of React creator where they literally sit there, they watch the video, and they do nothing else. They just watch the video. They basically view it as free content, right? They sit back, they watch the video, they don't say a word, they don't discuss anything. They're just sort of sitting there. You see this quite often sometimes on Twitch where a streamer will want to eat something. Summit1G does this quite often, right? He'll be having dinner and he'll have a video playing in the background, all right? Now, Summit1G isn't actually that bad because Summit does not upload those React videos of his to YouTube. That's just him having dinner and watching a video while he's having dinner with his chat. It's actually a good thing. Why is that a good thing? Because his chat sees the person on the screen. So it's discoverability. Yeah, you're losing a couple of thousand views, but so what? There's people seeing you on Summit's screen, now probably going over to YouTube and actually subscribing to you because they like what they've just seen on Summit's screen. The other type is where I draw the line, and this is what you sometimes see. I won't name names, but some of the larger content creators on the platform love to do this, where they sit and they react to a video. They literally don't even really react. They'll have like a little laugh, and that's it, right? That's their react content to it. And then they upload that to YouTube. So it basically becomes a double dip. So that to me is stealing content. You are flat out taking someone else's content, adding nothing to the content, and just uploading it to YouTube for extra money. That I would see as stealing. I would see that as wrong. But then there's the other type of React content. How many here have actually seen an Asmongold React video? How many people in chat right now have seen an Asmongold React video? I challenge you to find a single video of Asmongold where he reacts to a content creator where the React video is just as long or shorter than the original video that he's actually fucking watching. I challenge you. You will not find it. Asmongold's React videos is usually twice as long as the video that he's actually reacting to. Why? Because he's actually responding. He actually does turn it into his own type of content. If you watch his video where he's reacting to me, he pauses, right? And then he actually gives his own insights, like his thoughts on the matter, which is literally what makes it interesting. So what I usually do with Asmongold's videos is if I watch a video of his where he's reacting, and I do that almost every single day because I love Asmongold's content, if I find the video that he's reacting to interesting, I'll pause his video, go watch the original video first because I want to hear what the original guy has to say, and then I'll go back and I'll listen to what Asmongold has to say about the original video because Asmongold pauses too much, and I want to hear what Asmongold has to say about the topic, but I also want to hear what the other guy has to say about the topic. So that's usually how I watch Asmongold's React content, but that's only if the video that he's watching is actually so interesting that I first want to hear it. There was one video where he was reacting to Preach. Preach was talking about World of Warcraft. Like him, I think, quitting World of Warcraft. And I found Preach's point so interesting that I first watched Preach's points, and then I went back and I watched Asmongold's points on Preach's points. Now, that content, as far as I'm concerned, right? Salvo, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. And thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That, to me, is absolutely fine. And not just fine, it's actually brilliant. Do you have any idea how many content creators Asmongold have created single-handedly without even trying? Because you could look at it, sure. You could absolutely look at it and say, wait a second, Asmongold is stealing these content creators' money. Because thousands of people are watching his videos and no one is watching the original content creator. Guess what? If Asmongold didn't react to your video, those 400,000 people wouldn't have seen your content anyways. You would never have gotten the 400,000 views. Never. In a million fucking years, the chances of those 400,000 people actually watching your video would be 0. Maybe 1%. Let's say you get lucky and you actually get pushed. But the chances are slim to fucking none, right? At least now, 400,000 people actually got to see your content. And maybe they like your content, maybe they don't. If they like your content, they may actually go sub to you. And that creates growth for you in the long term. The thing that I see is so many content creators on YouTube specifically are so focused on short-term goals versus long-term goals. They want the now. They want the 10,000 views now on their channel rather than thinking about the potential hundreds of thousands of views that they could be getting over the next 6 months because of people like Asmongold. Lulu is another great example of this, right? Where Lulu actually puts small unknown streamers in front of the eyes of hundreds of thousands of people, and you get followers from that. You get people who actually come to you as a result of that. Asmongold have introduced me to content creators that I never would have known about. Never. I would never have known. And that really is the biggest problem. So I made this tweet after Asmongold reacted to the video, because I got a DM from someone who said, by the way, just wanted to let you know, Asmongold stole one of your videos. That was literally the DM. And I thought, what a weird way to put it. What a weird way to put it. Considering this is my metrics right now since Asmongold have reacted. So this was when Asmongold first reacted, right? On this day. And this is the metrics so far. That's plus 400. Now, I'm a fucking small-time B- content creator, right? I can guarantee you, if I had like 150,000 subscribers, this would probably be 10,000 to 20,000 subscribers in a single day. Because people are more likely to subscribe to higher subscribed channels. Sort of a success breeds success sort of thing. And yeah, I am a B- Andy. I'm here because of Asmon React. I'm very happy to have you, Salvo. And follow Safa to boot. As well as his credit to the creator, like linking the original video. Exactly. You don't even necessarily have to do that, because everyone has eyes and they can see exactly who you're reacting to and who you're watching. You do that as sort of a courtesy, but you don't have to do that. You could just literally, you're here because Novel said so. Actually, I'm very happy to have you here. But yeah, so for me, this has been great. As someone who only has 46,000 subscribers, getting 400 subscribers in a single day is massive. That's massive growth, and that's potential growth. Is every single one of those 400,000 subscribers going to watch every single one of my videos coming out next? No. Of the 400 people, I might be lucky if I get 100 of them to watch the next video that I put out. But, and this is where things really fucking change. Let me just quickly go and find that video. I believe it's Asmongold TV, right? Yeah.
So today...
All right. Here we go. Right, so... This is where the real growth lies. This is where the real growth of this lies. 415,000 people watched my video that Asmongold reacted to. Of that, there was 9.5k likes to this video. One could argue that maybe half of that was likes because they enjoyed my video as well, so they didn't just like Asmongold's take on it, they also liked my take on this. But that is 415,000 potential people that will now in the future maybe see some of my content and might even click on that content. So you see why literally Asmongold reacting to a single video can put a content creator that is minuscule and small in the front seat, suddenly being noticed and discovered by a lot more people as a result of that. So for all of these people that constantly fucking QQ and complain, stop. No one is stealing your content. No one is taking views away from you. You didn't get 400,000 views on any of your previous videos. You weren't going to get it on the one that Asmongold was reacting to. Asmongold got 400,000 views. You wouldn't have. Thanks to Asmongold, there are 400,000 potential people now probably going to see some of your videos. So you should be lucky. You should be grateful. Now, I get that even to this tweet, and I just want to say this is the most viral tweet I've ever had in my life. The 100% most viral tweet I've ever had in my life. But even in this tweet, someone responded with, well, maybe if the reaction was good, but if Asmongold doesn't like what you say, you get harassed. And to you, I would say, so what? So what? Do you think that matters? Do you think that stops the growth? Look, it's a well-known fact that getting cancelled, going through a cancel campaign, if you can survive the cancel campaign, you always come out the other side larger than what you went into it. Like, this is just a fact. If you manage to survive a cancel campaign and you don't give up and you don't apologize if you're not at fault, you always come out the other side larger than what you were going into it. A hate campaign is going to stop that, because guess what? Yes, there might be, let's say there's 100,000 people that dislike you and literally write bad stuff to you. There's most likely 100,000 people on the other side that discover you through this new hate campaign. So, who cares? It's people on the internet saying mean things to you. So what? I mean, do you know them personally? Do they know you personally? Because if they don't, then why the fuck does what they say to you matter? It's just, bro. People need to... It's funny to me that there are people who make content on the internet and who asks that the internet be safe. Saying, how the fuck are you ever going to do that? You can't make the internet safe. It's literally the Wild West. No matter what you do, there's going to be someone that's going to say mean things about you. And you can either roll with it and go, yeah, fuck it, you know, so what? Or you can crumble and cry. But you don't get to change the world. You don't get to do that. Every single social media platform have tried to make their social media platform a better place and a safe space for everyone. I hate that word, but, you know, they've all failed. Name a platform that has actually been able to turn their platform into a safe space. I'll wait. Jenny Beans, how you doing? Thank you for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I myself came here because of Asmon. I'm really happy to have all of you. Error blew my mind. I didn't expect this. This is the video that brought me here. Jasperine, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I'm really glad to see people discovering the Final Fantasy content. The thing is, you have to have a thick skin. I'm always reminded of... So while I was growing up, you know, I was always a fat kid. I wasn't nearly as fat as a child as I am today, but I was always fat. And funny thing is, I never actually got teased for it. But I think when I was very young, I think when I was just entering primary school, there were like a couple of kids that would say mean things to me and sort of try to tease me. But they very quickly realized that it doesn't faze me. Because I was literally brought up in a household where I was taught sticks and stones may break your bones, but words cannot hurt you. Now, we know that's not 100% true, and I don't think it was ever meant to be a universal truth. I think it was meant to be an instruction. You shouldn't let words hurt you. You shouldn't give people power over you through the words that they use. You know, when someone calls me a fat fuck now on stream, it happens often, I don't care. I make fun of it. Because, so what? It's just words. It's just words. It shouldn't affect you. Especially not from a random cunt on the internet that you don't know. Right? You should get a thick skin. You should develop one if you don't have it. Because guess what? If you don't, you're going to be teased relentlessly. You know, it's going to get bad for you. So I remember as a small fucking child, I was young. I was like 4 or 5 years old. We'd be playing, like me and my cousins and stuff. We'd be outside, we'd be playing, and one of my cousins would hurt me. It happens often because we're usually roughhousing, playing rugby or whatever, and you get hurt. So then I would run to my dad because I'm a small kid, you know. I run to my dad and I'm like, oh, I'm crying. Oh, I got hurt. They hurt me. And my dad would always say, are you tattletaling? Literally, my dad would just be like, are you tattletaling? Now, he didn't say it in English because I didn't grow up English. He would usually say, dra je stories aan, which is the Afrikaans way of saying tattletale. And he'd be like, don't. Go sort it out. That was literally it. That was the only protection I had in my life, is go sort yourself out. This is a problem that you have. You and your friends got into trouble. They said something or did something. Go fix it. It's not up to me. I'm not part of your fucking game. You fix it. It seems like these days everyone wants the adult to fix it for them. And you don't get that. So what? Asmongold didn't like your video. Grow up. Doesn't have to like every single video that he watches. Sometimes people put up bad videos. I believe there was one of my videos that Asmongold reacted to long ago. Like long ago. Where Asmongold actually didn't like the video. Like he didn't like my take on it. I survived. I know it's hard to believe, guys. I know it's hard to believe. But look at me now. Sitting pretty. 2.3k likes on my fucking tweet. After Asmongold didn't like a video of mine almost 2 years ago. I didn't die. People just need to grow the fuck up, dude. People are way too sensitive. Way too sensitive. And it pisses me off. Because I can't even be offensive anymore without people getting hurt. Which is really annoying. Getting cancelled loses effect when you just turn your phone and PC off. So the interesting thing about that is... I believe it was Devin Nash that actually described this. But he told the story of 2 CEOs. And I can't remember the companies now, but these were sort of fairly well-known CEOs. Who both, during the massive Me Too movements, you guys remember the Me Too era, both of them got accused of like sexual harassment and sexism in the workplace. Like, none of them got accused of rape, but, like, sexism in the workplace, not paying women enough, things like that. Both of them got accused of that. The one CEO, literally within, I think, a week, came out and he was like, I apologize absolutely for everything. We're going to start with sensitivity training. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to fix the whole thing. Don't worry. We're really, really so sorry. The other CEO kept his fucking mouth shut. He didn't say a word for 3 months. Not a word. Everyone accusing him back and forth. Everyone accusing him back and forth. And then after 3 months, they announced a new product. A brand new product. Massive new product. Take a guess which one of those 2 companies are still alive today. And which one is no longer alive. Jenny Beans, thank you very much for follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I believe you're from South Africa as well. I think you replied to my Twitter, and you said you're from South Africa as well. I might be mistaken, but okay, cool. The one who stayed silent, yeah. His company is actually doing better than what it did before the cancel campaign started. The one who apologized and started all that fucking sensitivity training and stuff, his company got completely cancelled. Now, I can't remember the 2 companies, but you could probably go look. Devin Nash speaks out about Me Too or something like that. I love Devin Nash's videos, but I watched this video like almost a year ago, I think. So I genuinely don't remember which 2 companies it were. But he was sort of speaking in general about both of those companies. Zeus Gennady, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jenny Beans, where in South Africa are you from? People only care when there's drama. If you ignore it, the drama goes away. It's not so much that people care. Look, so I think we can all agree that whenever something happens, there is going to be people on both sides of the aisle, right? There's going to be people who agree, and people who disagree with whatever is happening. I think we can all agree with that. Now, the problem is that the second you apologize, you usually lose all of the people that actually agreed with you. Now, I'm not above apologizing. Let me just be very clear about this. Zenkai, thanks for the first one chat. Really appreciate that. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. I'm not above apologizing. If I am genuinely wrong about something, if I say something or do something that's genuinely horrible and wrong, I will apologize, right? Because I think you have to be willing to apologize. But let's say someone takes one of my fucking streams, yeah, one of my clips, and takes it out of context, which is so fucking easy because I have a million clips that is out of context. Let's imagine someone took my clip where I basically explained that women belong in the kitchen and shouldn't work. Yeah? Now, that is obviously one of the most sarcastic clips I've ever had in my life, right? It was dripping with sarcasm. But let's imagine someone took that clip, removed the obvious sarcasm from it, and just sort of said, oh my god, confirmed Akalon hates women. I will not in my fucking life apologize for that shit. Not in my life. I would never in my life go on Twitter and say, oh my god, I'm so sorry for the things that I had said. You can go fucking suck my big fat cock. Anita Sarkeesian can suck my cock. I will not. Because I know the truth. I know I'm not a fucking sexist asshole. And I also don't give a fuck if you think I am. Because I have nothing to prove to anyone. So it would just be like, you know, so what? Say whatever the fuck you want. Just keep saying it. I'll just keep making the videos that I make, and I'll keep living my life. You know, that is really the trick to staying alive in this business. Incoming. Bro, my stream is... everything on my stream is out of context. I watch my clips often, like, I'll watch back some of my clips, and I'll just be like, Jesus. No context, no nothing. People are going to watch this. If I ever get to big boy streamer status, I'm going to be in the news the whole fucking time, dude. Yeah, if context really doesn't exist here. I'm going to be in the news so often. My brother have actually said to me, the day I get to be like a big boy streamer, I need to move far away. Like, I need to move far away. He said he does not want to be associated with me the day I get to like big boy streamer status. Because the last thing he wants is the press showing up at our house being like, did your brother really say those things? So, yeah. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Love you all. Some of the clips are freaking hilarious. Some of the clips are freaking dangerous. Is what they are. Actually, all of the clips are fucking dangerous. This just in. Chubby streamer solicits fellatio on stream. What the fuck's fellatio? Isn't fellatio what girls do to each other? Or is fellatio just oral? Whatever. Yeah, pee-pee kissing. But I thought fellatio was actually what two girls would do to each other, not what... Wait, is all of it called... That's a weird word. It's actually a disgusting word. I prefer sucking cock. Sucking cock doesn't sound nearly as disgusting as fellatio. Fellatio just sounds a bit miserable. It's sort of like... So, in Afrikaans, yeah? In Afrikaans, the word for ladybed, for ladybeds... Zenkai, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Batman, how you doing, bro? In Afrikaans, the word for ladybeds is vagina, right? Which is... It sounds so fucking harsh. It's such a strong word. Like, whenever I hear it, I just go, that can't be the nice way of saying that. Like, that can't be the more, like, sophisticated way of saying that, right? Because, yeah, it just sounds very harsh. And fellatio also Very harsh. Way too harsh. Blowjobs or fellatio. The gold version is cunnilingus. Oh, there we go. There we go. Inglando, not first language. So, Blasphemous Crow, thank you very much. Really appreciate that, bro. But okay, I follow now. I follow now. Leave it up to my chat to turn a discussion about being reacted to by other streamers into talking about fellatio and cunnilingus. I really appreciate all of you. You guys might be degenerate, but you are the best degenerates a man can ask for. Cumt or cooter is Lady Bits in South? Cumt. Why cumt? If you just change the M to an N, it makes sense. Everyone can follow then? Filthy chat. Oh yeah. For anyone that is here brand new, you have to know something. This chat is fucking degenerate. I make no apologies. It's how I like it. But yeah, we're basically the outcasts of Twitch. I always feel sorry whenever I raid other channels because most people aren't prepared for what happens in my fucking chat. I think you are filthy animals, but we're your degenerates. This is true. This is true. I wouldn't trade you guys for the world. But you watched Asmon reacted to your lore video? Yeah, of course. Oh, I'm not apologizing to them. I'm just warning them. If I was apologizing to them, it means that I had any intention of changing. If my chat changed into anyone else's chat, I would stop streaming. It wouldn't be fun anymore. You see, I like the fact that between you and me, guys, we're basically towing the line of being banned on Twitch every day. Between the shit that I say and the shit that you guys say, I think whoever the fuck monitors my stream on Twitch has his finger hovering the ban button literally every day. Just going, alright, he says that one more time, he's fucking gone. I swear to God, he's fucking gone. One more. Just, he fucking said it again. He said it again. Can't believe he said it again. We're good, boys? Yeah, there's a lot of opium right there. Or is a generous god? Maybe a generous god. It might be that we found the one degenerate fuck that works at Twitch, right? Lyseria, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm an angel, saving you are lying. You are lying. At this point, I don't believe there is a single human person on Earth that doesn't have a degenerate side. True, Alex, some people just like to pretend they don't. So, one of my favorite words in the world is obviously an Afrikaans word. It's the word poes, right? I'm a massive fan of the word. Zaria, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. I am very well. Thanks for asking. How are you? It's the word poes. It brings me massive joy to say it. And I basically use it instead of fuck. Like, that's literally, I use that word instead of the word fuck for everything. From describing size, right? So, or steps of magnitude, or deliciousness, whatever you can imagine, that is the word that I use to describe all of that. P-O-E-S, petit. P-O-E-S, push. Which means, like, it's the swear word for vagina in Afrikaans. It's like it's like Afrikaans, it's like cunt in Afrikaans, although we also have a word for cunt. So I guess we have two swear words for vagina in Afrikaans. But so I love saying that word. And my cousin, who, by the way, is in no way, shape, or form what you would consider to be a gentleman. Like, not at all. I would say I'm more of a gentleman than him. I just have a filthy mouth. But I'm definitely more a gentleman than he is. But my cousin, we're sitting in front of a bunch of, like, we're a bunch of friends sitting around drinking. And there's girls sitting there as well. And I'm telling a story and I use the P word, you know, as I do. And my cousin gets genuinely offended on behalf of all the girls sitting there. And I mean genuinely offended. He's like, no, that's disgusting. You shouldn't say shit like that in front of girls. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck's it to you? If one of those girls didn't like me saying it, I'm sure they could speak up. You know, they're grown-ups. They could speak up. They could be like, hey, I don't like the fact that you're saying that word. And then I would say, well, fuck you. And that would be the end of that conversation. You know, I tell them to go sit somewhere else. But he like genuinely got offended with me. So to your point, everyone is a degenerate. It just depends where they are, in my experience. Everyone has like a truly fucked up side. They just don't show it to everyone at all times. And then you have someone like me that basically shows my fucked up side to everyone. King Julian, I don't think many girls would slap me. I'm not the most approachable person on earth. I'll be honest. Like, my brother just told me the other day that every single one of his friends are scared of me. Like, every single one of his friends are afraid of me. Because in real life, I'm really not very approachable. Alcove, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the contact, Alcove. Hey, you're very welcome, bro. I was locked in a pool barn. What the fuck's a pool barn? I'm threatened to be killed by my ex. I'm pretty fucked. What's a pool barn? That does sound sexual. Not gonna lie. That is definitely the most sexual sounding barn I've ever heard in my life. Imagine a big ass shed. Yeah, it's not really clearing up the non-sexual part there. A pool barn really does make me think of like a glory hole, but not for mouths. If I'm gonna be honest. What were you doing there? Is that maybe why your girlfriend wanted to kill you? Because you were at the pool barn? Be honest now, Josh. You're very climbable. I climb you like a tree, you big goof. Anyway, thank you. Really appreciate that. Shit that looks like a barn? Pole barn. Pole barn. Is it a pole barn or a pole barn? One of my mods, and the only reason I'm allowed to say this is he's told the story himself before, but one of my mods dated a girl who stabbed him with scissors because she had a dream about him cheating on her. She had a dream where he was cheating on her and she stabbed him with scissors. Like, Christ. That is next level ridiculousness. That is like, at that point you do start to question whether or not you can hit a goal, you know? Like, she's coming at you with a fucking scissor. What's the singular but scissors? She's coming at you with scissors? With a scissor? A scissor's not right. Can you say scissor? Sounds weird, but I think you can say scissor. Chick was crazy, dude. She really was fucking crazy, dude. She really was. You should hear the stories that he tells about his ex-girlfriend. Like, he's happily married now, but his ex-girlfriend was a fucking moron. The 100% craziest person I've ever heard of in my life. A pair of scissors. Yeah, I've never understood that. I have never understood that. It's like a pair of pants. It makes no fucking sense. It's one pant. It's one pant and you call it a pair of pants. Where's the pair? And don't say it's the two fucking sleeve thingies that your legs go into. Shirts have two sleeves as well. We don't say a pair of shirts. So why is it a pair of pants? Nowhere as bad as the woman in England, I believe, who cut a man's dick while he was asleep because he came home late and she thought he had cheated on her. Dude ended up getting its own back and become a porn star? Frankencock, I believe. Jesus. Well, actually, wait, are you for real? A girl actually cut off her boyfriend's dick because she thought he was cheating on her. Wow. You can do better. Let's hear it. Pink tree? Pink turkey? Lorraine Bobette. Is that the woman who cut off her boyfriend's dick? Hold up, I need to see this. I mean, there's kinky and then there's just straight up not really my thing. Dick in a cornfield. John and Lorena Bobbitt. Okay, wait a second. Let's see here. Lorena Bobbitt were an American couple married on June 18th, whose relationship received international press coverage in 1993 when Lorena cut off John's penis with a knife while he was asleep in bed. The penis was subsequently surgically reattached. Lorena claimed that her husband had raped and abused her for years. John was charged with rape later that year, but was acquitted. The next year, Lorena was acquitted of assault. They divorced in 1995. This seems to be a different story, though. Because you said that she felt like she was cheating. Or that they were cheating on him. Although, I will say, though... You see, I don't actually... If it's true... If true... So, if he actually raped and abused her... I don't actually think she went far enough. If it's actually real. Because I honestly believe that that first crime, the R crime, is the worst crime in the world. My genuine belief is that, I think I told you guys this before, I find the R crime to be worse than murder. Because at least with murder, the person that you murdered isn't living with it. They're gone. Yes, it's sad for their beloved and their family members left behind, but for that person, it's over. Whereas the R word, that person is forced to live with the shit that you fucking done to them for the rest of their lives. So in that case, yeah, cutting off their dick, not a problem. I have no problem with that whatsoever. In fact, I would take the balls as well. A meat grinder instead thrown out. Yeah, I could agree with that. Do you play MMORPGs? What else do you enjoy to play? Alcove, so yeah, we are currently playing Final Fantasy XIV. I basically, once we get to Stormblood, once we finish Stormblood, I will most likely make a switch to Star Wars, The Old Republic, where I'll play that for the first time ever. I've never played Star Wars, The Old Republic, so I'll give that a try on stream before going back to Final Fantasy to finish Shadowbringers and Endwalker. And then after that, we're probably going to play Guild Wars 2, because a lot of people have asked me to play Guild Wars 2, so I'll give Guild Wars 2 a try. But if you ask me what I play basically anything with a story. If it has a story, I will play it. I draw the line at FPS, really. That's really the only genre of game that I don't like, is FPS. But any sort of RPG, anything that has a cool story, I'm all on board. Like, I will 100% play the shit out of that. I'm not the biggest MMO fan, to be fair. If it wasn't for Final Fantasy XIV, I probably wouldn't have played MMOs again. Because I'm actually more of a single-player gamer. Like, I prefer my single-player games over MMORPGs. God of War. Yeah, I would play God of War. Not right now, though. I want to play Final Fantasy XIV. But yeah, I would. Kibble, how you doing, brother? I remember seeing you play ESO a couple of months back. Was it good, bad? I guess you're no longer playing it as an answer. Alcove, no. I like ESO, but it's definitely not that good. It's good as a sort of... How do I put this? It's good as a game that you play to finish the story and get to max level. The max level stuff in ESO really doesn't appeal to me at all. I find no real joy in ESO past the story, the storyline of the expansions. The dungeons aren't that great. I'm not a big fan of the combat. The raiding, from what I've done, what little I've done, isn't that fun. So yeah, loved your video about the jailer, which is a real amazing video indeed. Kibble, thank you very much. I'm very blessed that he did. It's a great story. Classes are pretty fun, but in-game is iffy. Horizon Zero Dawn or Hellblade? Oh, Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice must be one of the greatest games I've ever played in my life. I mean, it's short, it's sweet, but the story was absolutely fantastic. I haven't played Horizon Zero Dawn yet, though. So I'd have to give that a go. New God of War with his son now is interesting. I haven't played it yet. Yeah, I'll probably buy God of War. But the thing is, my community, I don't think, really cares for me playing RPGs on stream. You want to tell me? Onto ESO? Yeah, ESO is fun. And I can see why many people would play it. It's just, I think it's nowhere near as good as Final Fantasy XIV. Naomi, how you doing? So can I quickly see, poll here in chat, who is playing what now? All I want is the name of the game that you are currently playing. So, mostly playing. If you've played something else, like for 2-3 hours, doesn't matter. But what are you currently spending most of your time playing? Subtle and tricks people into anger until you get to know him. Saving Raven, that is so fucking true. My sarcasm is so on point, you won't even know that I'm being sarcastic. Jesus, there's a lot of Final Fantasy XIV players here. Some leagues. I see a league there. I see a swatter as well. To pray for 10.0. You hate yourself for it. That's funny. Wait for January 25th. What's happening on the January 25th, Reaper? And yeah, what Savin Raven is saying there is absolutely true. If you are new here, please know one thing. So I have a lot of opinions about a lot of things. What you should know is that my opinions are almost always wrong. Why? Look at me. I'm a fat fuck sitting in my room playing video games. I should not be your source of information or your source of opinions on anything in this world. I mostly do what I do for entertainment, and I'm always happy to have people disagree with me, as long as you can disagree in some kind of intellectual manner. I will have opinions that you will not like, and if you can't deal with that, you are welcome to fuck off. I'll even pack you a little lunch. But if you don't agree with me and you do actually want to have a conversation about it, let's go. I am happy to have conversations with just about everyone on just about anything. Just don't be a dickhead about it, because otherwise I'll just fucking ban you and that will be it. Yeah, you will get a free lunch. Pokemon Legends, they reopen the sales of... Oh, yeah, so you're waiting for the reopen. I fucking forgot about that almost. Jesus. Don't make me think about food now. I have lamb riblets for dinner tonight. I'm having barbecue tonight. Like, I'm just gonna fucking gobble up a lot of them. I don't know why, but I am so... Ever since yesterday, I've had this craving for lamb riblets. And so I just went out this morning and I just bought like a bunch of fucking lamb riblets. And I'm just going to have the shit out of that. Just had an egg McMuffin, like a fatty boombalati. Should be opening back up soon. So how many people here is going to buy Final Fantasy XIV as soon as it opens up again? I can vouch for me and Echo, or sometimes on opposite sides. True, Pink Turkey. I have a lot of people that I disagree with every single day, and I've no issues with it. If I stopped talking to everyone that I disagree with, I would have no one to fucking talk to. Now that you're in Cape Town, it's time for long-awaited for barbecue stream. Yeah, we will be doing barbecue streams at some point. Literally all the monsters agree with Akko on most of the things. Truth. So fucking true. But, 4chan Intellectual, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Considering that I have figured out that I can actually stream from my phone, we should be able to do a barbecue stream at some point. I just need to figure out how to get my phone stable. Because the connection right now still drops quite often on the phone. So I just need to figure out how to get a stable connection on it. So I'm probably going to have to buy a couple of repeaters and stuff to make sure that it has more than enough coverage. I just cancelled Game Pass so I can sub to FF14. Jesus. My Game Pass is, like, I don't think I'll ever cancel Game Pass. That is one of the best services on the market. Like, hands down, one of the best services on the market. Next Tuesday, changes in 14 are usually on Tuesdays. So, in 4 days is when it opens up again and people can actually buy Final Fantasy 14 again. Then you have the Oceania servers opening up as well. I'm assuming there's many of you that's very excited for the Oceania servers opening up. Do you think they will roll WoW into Game Pass? No. No, I don't think so. So, my thing is that they haven't done it for ESO. If you get the Xbox Game Pass for PC, you still don't get access to ESO. You still have to go buy ESO either on Steam or directly from their website, and you still have to pay the sub the same normal way. You don't get it on the Xbox Game Pass. So my assumption here is that you will not get it on the Xbox Game Pass for WoW either. I'd be well surprised considering... Now, I don't actually know why they wouldn't put it on the Xbox Game Pass, you know, because they could just put it on the Xbox Game Pass and then also have the subscription, right? So they could have either a cut subscription, so maybe like a $5 or a $6 subscription, or just keep it the normal subscription because now the game is basically free for anyone that wants to play it. The only reason I can think of why they wouldn't do that is because every other game on the Xbox Game Pass is the full game for I think it's $15 a month, right? You get the full game, everything included, with the $15 a month. So if you... I think they're afraid of confusing people, you know, where people download World of Warcraft thinking, oh my god, I'm going to play WoW, only to then realize, wait a second, I have to pay again? So it kind of makes it awkward, you know? It makes it a really awkward system. Like, so I'm paying $15 a month for the Game Pass, and then I'm paying $15 a month to play the game as well. So that's the only reason I can think of why Microsoft might not move World of Warcraft onto the Xbox Game Pass. They might do something like that, Alcove. They might do something like that. I mean, we can quickly, we can check. I have one of the topics I do have lined up that I want to talk about is, so I was being a little bitch again today, a little drama queen, like I always am. You know, you guys know me. You know, I like stirring drama. So, Mike Ybarra made a massive post about putting players and shit first, and I obviously had to say, yeah, I had to be a little bit of a diva, like I am. So yeah, but I actually did retweet this because I wanted to read it on stream. I wanted to see what Mike Ybarra is promising here. Like, what exactly is it that we're going to be seeing from Mr. Ybarra? Now, how many of you have seen this post already? Just so I get an idea. How many of you have read the post, at least? Seven Raven, you're asking what's good about Game Pass. Jesus, what isn't good about Game Pass? You get hundreds of games, like 200 games, I think, for $15 a month. And it's some of the best games, like it's like brand new releases, day one releases, things like that. So you get a crap ton of games. I'm not hungover to read at the moment. Okay, you guys did read it. Okay, I'm just gonna go through it and see if I actually agree with anything here. And what I'm looking for specifically in this post is PR speak. If I catch a fucking whiff of PR speak, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind. This is an opportunity for Mike Ybarra to speak directly to the player base. If I get PR speak, this is gonna be this is gonna be really fucking annoying. I'm humbled to be part of Blizzard Entertainment, the rich history, the incredible talent, the best player communities, and of course, the amazing games we're so fortunate to create. I've been leading Blizzard for a couple of months now, and in addition to the exciting news this week, I want to share some initial thoughts as we strive to put our team and players at the forefront of everything we do. Now, I think one thing that is sort of nice, and one thing that we've speculated on, Mike Ybarra came from Microsoft, moved to Blizzard Entertainment, and is now moving back to Microsoft. And we have sort of speculated and said, could he have been placed there? Is it possible that he was sort of moved there knowing full well upon his move that this was in the pipeline? And that there is a good chance, at least from where I sit, that when Bobby Kotick steps down as the CEO of Activision Blizzard, they may actually decide to move Mike Ybarra into that position, since he's used to working with Phil Spencer already. So yeah, I kind of feel like he may have been there from the beginning. He was probably there to smooth over this transition. 2021 was challenging for all of us, and as individuals, we care about treating everyone around us with respect and dignity. I will ask again, since when? I know it's not you, Mike, and I actually do have a lot of respect for Mike. He plays video games. He actually plays WoW. He seems like a really nice guy. But I'm just going to say, as individuals, we care about treating everyone around us with respect and dignity. That is not what happens at Blizzard Entertainment. Let me just be clear. There are definitely people who do, but there is also people who do not. As professionals, we care deeply about our crafts, and we want to work in the most supportive and safe environment possible. Our top priority now and into the future is the work we are doing to rebuild your trust in Blizzard. Kinda nice that they're at least acknowledging that there is a trust issue. Kinda nice that they're at least acknowledging, but we'll see. Watching Blizzard work as creatively and diligently as we have throughout this challenging time on top of an ongoing pandemic has been inspiring. I will say, Mike, I do not agree with you. You guys took 9 months to release one of the worst patches in the history of the world. So I'm going to say work creatively and diligently. Really? You know, the Taint of Secrets wasn't really that creative. Diligently, you guys managed to piece together a miserable little zone in, what was it, 9 months. So, yeah, I'm going to say you guys failed the pandemic test. Navigating these challenges, evolving our development processes, and being introspective and looking at how we can improve our culture shows incredible strength and commitment to one another, our work, and to the player communities. Okay, so this is where I will 100% disagree with Mike. Just 100% cannot fucking give him any points on this. The idea behind being introspective is the acknowledgement of when one makes a mistake. It doesn't help that you're saying we're being introspective and looking at how we can improve our culture when you literally do not fucking acknowledge that to the player base at all. You know, I'm just gonna put that out there for anyone that maybe wants to double check this. Since the launch of Shadowlands, there has not been a single apology to the player base for the state of Shadowlands. Not a single apology. So, really, Mike, just calling it introspection is an introspection. For introspection to work, you should also be able to acknowledge that you've made mistakes and apologize for said mistakes. But okay, I want to actually get to the point where he's telling us what is the future. I also was encouraged in reading forums, social posts, and emails from people within and outside of Blizzard, standing up for what is right and lending us your guidance. I want you all to know we are listening, and we are committed to change. Okay, this reads like a lot of PR, dude. I'm getting so much fucking PR speak from this. Did he actually write this? Chat, do any of you think he actually wrote this? To come up with that, so maybe. The way it's written doesn't feel like he wrote this. It feels like this once again came through PR. It feels like it's just... he maybe wrote, like, the headlines, but then PR touched it up. Now, Blizzard's PR is probably the worst fucking PR department in the gaming industry. But everything that I'm reading so far lending us guidance, and I want you all to know we are listening and we are committed to change. That's all PR fucking speak. Speak to us like human beings, Mike. We're human beings. My fuck, I wish I could get it through their thick fucking skulls. Go read a producer letter from Yoshi P and just do that. Whatever the fuck he's doing, just do that. Because what you guys are doing is just, it's fucking useless. As a first step towards improving communication with the community, I wanted to highlight some of the initial actions we are taking to improve our culture. Are you ready to apologize? Maybe as a first step, that should be the thing you're doing. But of course, this is the PR department. Blizzard doesn't apologize. We're measuring our executive and management teams directly against culture improvement. This means their and my own success and compensation will directly depend on our overall success in creating a safe, inclusive, and creative work environment at Blizzard. That's whatever. We're dictating more full-time roles and resources to improve our culture. All too often, this important effort falls to employee resource groups, filled with people who already have full-time jobs. A few of the leadership positions we've established for this new team include a culture leader who will help us maintain the best aspects of what we have today and change and evolve where needed to ensure everyone brings their best self to Blizzard. Why do you need this? Mike, it's so fucking easy, bro. Here's an idea, Mike. I can save you so much money. You don't need to hire all of these other people. I'll save you money. Here's an idea. When a girl stands in the hallway, and she has a skirt on or a pants on or whatever, you don't grab her ass. Unless she's your girlfriend and she wants you to grab her ass. Maybe at work that should still not fucking happen because it is quite unprofessional. But that's like one thing just off the top of my head. Let's do, how about no alcohol at the office? That's also just very basic. You could have one fucking security guard there that basically failed security camp, just sort of checking people's bags before they come in to make sure that they're not sneaking alcohol into the premises. That would be number 2. Then if there's breast milk in the fridge, how about no one takes it? These seem like very simple things to me. You don't need all these officers and new fucking executives. Don't need that. That's all you need. Maybe whenever you employ someone new, when someone else wants to join, you just ask them a question. Hey, how do you feel about taking someone else's breast milk? And if their reaction isn't immediately, what the fuck, then don't employ them. If they're sort of going, I don't know, it really depends, don't employ them. It's really that fucking simple. You don't need all this other shit. But okay, let's go. Let's see how you waste money. And change and evolve where needed. A new organizational leader for human resources who will build trust, empower our teams, and help foster a safe, positive work environment for everyone. This is again going to depend on the culture of human resources, because human resources failed miserably at Blizzard Entertainment, and they're going to have to do a lot to fix human resources, I think. A diversity, equity, and inclusion leader solely focused on our progress across multiple efforts in this area. Every company that I know of that have employed a diversity, equity, and inclusion leader, it didn't actually work out the way that they had hoped. And there's been multiple studies on this showing it, that it doesn't actually work that way. Again, there's a very simple fix here, Mike. Just hire people that is good in the positions that they have. And don't worry about their skin color. Don't even look at their skin color. Just hire good people. That's all you need. Make sure that you get people from different cultures and backgrounds, and because that's what makes games interesting and fun, you know? But you shouldn't have to, you shouldn't need all of this other shit on top of it. We are committed to staffing these teams as a priority. We tripled the size of our compliance and investigation teams and have articulated clear accountability for unacceptable behavior. This applies to all employees at Blizzard, including leadership and management. It's good to know. That's good to know. We have shared representation data internally with our teams and have set goals around improvement across these metrics. You see, my only problem with goals, so when you have representation goals, basically, let's be fucking real here. What do these representation goals mean? They usually mean we want X amount of black people, X amount of brown people, X amount of white people, X amount of this, X amount of that. What happens when you don't have X amount of white people? What happens if out of the 10 people that apply for the job, all 10 is black? But you need to hire 5 white people and 5 black people. Or 2 white people, 2 black people, 2 Chinese people. What happens when all 10 is black? Do 8 people now just not get the fucking job, even though all 8 of them is highly qualified to do the job? How about you just get people that is qualified to do the job and stop this tokenism bullshit, because everyone who is everyone can see through it, and no one wants to be a token hire. No, not a single person that I know of wants to be in a position where they know the only reason they're there is because of the color of their fucking skin. It's insulting. Not to mention the fact that it's kind of fucking racist. Because you're basically saying that just because someone is black, they can't possibly think like a white person. Which isn't true. I guarantee you'll get black and white people who think exactly the same. You'll get white people who don't think the same. Look at Trump and Hillary Clinton. Both were white fucknuts. Neither of them thought the same. So I don't quite understand this whole push for fucking diversity. Just don't be an asshole. Don't discriminate against people. That's literally all you don't need to do. If someone has the right stuff to do the job, employ them. Because I can promise you, as a gamer, I don't give a fuck who makes my game. I just want it to be a good game, and I want the person that makes the game to actually enjoy making the game. That's all I care about. That's genuinely all I give a fuck about. Outside of that, you could do whatever the hell you want. No one even cares about it. Alright, so we've put in place, the only people that care about it is the crazy people on Twitter. Literally the only people who care about it. We've put in place an upward feedback program so that employees have confidence in evaluating management. And we will use this to measure the quality and effectiveness of our managers. That's actually a good thing. I will say that's actually one of the things I do agree with. These actions are just the beginning of the work that lies ahead for Blizzard. I'm motivated and excited to work directly on building the best environment for our teams to allow them to bring their visions to life. We also know we need to deliver content to our players on a more regular basis. Oh my Jesus. We finally get to the players. It's nice to know that we are also being acknowledged in the last little bit of this paragraph or article. You know, the player was clearly not put first because we first had to go through an entire list of needless crap. But we're finally getting to where the player shines, you know. We're also getting represented here, guys. for our teams to allow them to bring their visions to life. We also need to deliver content to our players on a more regular basis and innovate both in and beyond our existing games. We have some exciting things to announce, and I'll be sharing more next week. I want to thank our communities and our incredible teams for your dedication and guidance, which will always be our North Star. Well, Mike, I wish you guys the best. I really do. I've washed my hands of Activision Blizzard. I don't really have any interest in giving you guys feedback anymore on the bullshit that you're pulling. I've been sort of vaguely keeping up with 9.2 just because patrons still get 9.2 videos. Or lore videos. But I wish you guys luck. I really hope that you can pull this off. I really hope that you can bring World of Warcraft back. Because here's the thing. I don't want to be done with World of Warcraft forever. I have no interest in saying goodbye to any video game forever. If World of Warcraft comes back and it is as good as it used to be, I'll be right back playing it. Only this time I'll be playing it alongside Final Fantasy and alongside probably millions of other games. But I would love to come back. I would love to be able to play WoW again. So I really wish you guys the best of luck. I would just say it's not hard to be a good person. All it takes is not to be a cunt. You don't need all these rules. You don't need all this bullshit. You don't need all the buzzwords. Just don't be an asshole. It really is as simple as that. And don't hire assholes either. Then you wouldn't have half the problems that you have now. And also, fire Bobby fucking Kotick. Because that guy is a fucking leech. He's probably the main reason for all these problems. I've seen his eyes. He looks like a little scaly motherfucker to me whenever I see him. And also, Steve Denuser and Ian. They need to go too. I'm not necessarily fire them. Just don't have them in the positions that they're in because they don't know what the fuck they're doing there. Maybe make Steve Denuser like head of book writing or some shit. He can write all the books. And Ian, go back to raid design. Everyone will be much happier if you did that. And then get someone who actually plays the video game to be the lead developer. If you do that, I don't think we would have any problems in World of Warcraft whatsoever. So what do you guys think of this post? Did he speak to your biggest concerns? Did you feel like you were being put first in this post? Yeah, Bobby will leave as soon as the company is over. I just don't think Bobby should be staying that long, if I'm fucking honest with you. Yeah, this was literally one of the biggest wastes of time I've ever read. At least it feels like it. It feels like a bit of a waste of time, you know? Because, I don't know, it just... I don't know, it felt like a whole lot of nothing was said. He was just typing type. It's a company, nothing will change there. They in it for the money. So far better than nothing, but we desire more stuff overall. Look, I think it's a good step. Honestly, I do think it's a good step in the right direction. Just the fact that someone is finally talking to us. You know, even if they're only like talking to us right at the end there. But someone is finally talking to us. I think that is a big step in the right direction. I think that is a massive step in the right direction. It's not yet enough, but it's at least a beginning. You know, if you guys go back like a year from now, a year ago, no one was talking to us. A year ago, we were all sitting here going, when is 9.1 launching? And no one was speaking. Like, no one was telling us anything. We were all just sort of like, so 9.1 now? Now? When? Where? You know? Taryn, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so happy to have everyone here. All of the new people, very happy to have you all here. We are on a bit of a rant, I guess you could say. I had another video that I liked. Another post that I liked. Here we go. Here we go. Right. We have to speak a little bit about the CEO, Phil Spencer, Xbox. There's a couple of things. There's a couple of stories that have come out. For those of you that don't know, I'm not going to pull up that article because I've already read it, so I'm not going to go through it again. But I will quickly say, so Xbox and Sony PlayStation had a meeting. In the meeting, it was basically discussed that for now, at least, Activision games will remain on Sony and Xbox. So for now, Xbox does not appear to have any interest in exclusively hosting Activision games. Now, I will say for anyone that is sort of getting very excited ahead of time, I think that is temporary. If it isn't temporary, it's probably going to come with a lot of strings attached. From what I can tell, Xbox is trying to force Sony PlayStation out of the exclusive game. They want to end this exclusive thing. Xbox wants to start focusing on their Xbox Game Pass. They would love, I think, to get Xbox Game Pass on the Sony PlayStation, right? And I think that's what Xbox is doing right now. They are putting a lot of pressure on Sony to drop the exclusivity clause. Because Sony still has some of the base games on exclusive. You know, I think we can all agree on that. The vast majority of brilliant games are all exclusive to Sony. It's not to say that PC and Xbox doesn't have good games on it. It's just they don't have God of War. Death Stranding was exclusive to PlayStation in the beginning. Horizon Zero Dawn was exclusive to PlayStation in the beginning. So there's a lot of games that we still want on Xbox and PC that we can't get because it's on PlayStation. So it feels like Phil Spencer is trying to force the issue with PlayStation, basically backing them into a corner, if you will. So I think it will eventually become exclusives if Sony doesn't play ball. But we'll have to wait and see, right? We'll have to wait and see if that is actually. But okay, so Xbox CEO Phil Spencer wants to revitalize past Activision games. Now, this piqued my fucking interest. What games would you guys like to see come back from Activision Blizzard if Phil Spencer got his way? I don't think it's a lost cause. Phil Spencer might be very interested in bringing back HOTS because it would give Xbox Game Pass a League of Legends competitor. He might want them to step in and fundamentally change Heroes of the Storm to the point where it can actually compete with League of Legends, but he may actually be very interested in changing Heroes of the Storm in such a way that it can start competing. But I am most excited for StarCraft and the Warcraft franchise. Because I think if those two come back, that would be insanely cool. StarCraft and Warcraft, oh my god, yes. And let's not forget, Activision also has a couple of gems that could definitely be made back. But okay, let's quickly, I'll just make this bigger for you guys so you can also read along. Microsoft is acquiring Activision Blizzard, a gaming publisher known for franchises like Call of Duty, Candy Crush, and World of Warcraft. The one thing that I would not mind dying out of this acquisition is Candy Crush, just going to be honest. I know it won't, but I wouldn't mind. In an interview with the Washington Post, CEO of Microsoft Gaming, Phil Spencer talked about how he wants Xbox to revive older games. With Activision having a long library of IP that haven't been used as the company pivoted every internal studio to work on Call of Duty. Jesus. Okay. We're hoping that we'll be able to work with them when the deal closes to make sure we have resources to work on franchises that I love from my childhood and that teams really want to get. Spencer said, I'm looking forward to these conversations. I really think it's about adding resources and increasing capability. Some of the franchises that have been set aside in favor of Call of Duty include Activision's IP like Spyro and more. That's a weird way to say some of. This is the weirdest sentence I've ever read in my life. Some of the franchises that have been set aside in favor of Call of Duty include Activision IP like Spyro and more. Good job, but only Googling fucking one. Like, literally, just typing into Google, past Activision titles. Spyro, great, I'll put that on and more, just, you know, to cover that as well. Jesus. Good job there, Windows Central. Like, what the fuck was that? But anyways, okay, so the one thing that I will say about Phil Spencer is he is also a gamer, for those of you that didn't know. We praised Mike Ybarra just a little bit earlier for being a gamer, right? Because he is a gamer. Phil Spencer is also a massive, massive gamer. A guy that's extremely active on Twitter, praising video games, always talking about the different games that he's playing at the time, teasing video games whenever he does public interviews and stuff. So Phil Spencer, also massive video gamer. So it's kind of nice that he, and by the way, under him, Xbox have been completely revamped and changed to a company that couldn't get games out, that was absolutely miserable, to a company that is actually doing a lot of good things in the gaming industry. So it might actually be very good. Spencer also touched on the consequence of tech giants entering the gaming industry, noting that he trusts both Sony and Nintendo to not damage the industry, but sees a difference with companies like Google, Facebook, and Amazon. Microsoft sees the acquisition of Activision Blizzard as an opportunity to expand the gaming metaverse, something Spencer thinks shouldn't be workplace only, referencing how he had a meeting with the Elder Scrolls Online developers within the game. Okay, I guess, but do we really think that meetings in an MMO is ever going to be preferable to just meetings the old regular way? Blasphemous Girl, that is true. You should absolutely feel sorry for Phil Spencer. He must use Bing. Do you think the Microsoft employees actually do use Bing? I don't think so. I think as soon as they get in the office, they also install Google Chrome. Or basically anything other than fucking Bing. Happy Friday. See, how you doing, bro? Prototype is a good game. Meeting in the game sounds like RP. It really does, doesn't it? But maybe you can do that. Activision Blizzard still faces a lawsuit with legal issues stemming from alleged systemic sexist workplace practices. It's not alleged, Windows Central. It's not alleged. At this point, we're pretty much certain. I mean, the guilty have all but come out and said that they are guilty. So, at this point, I don't think alleged is required anymore. But okay, Spencer explained that Microsoft talked with Activision Blizzard to ensure there was a plan in place. We had to look at that forward plan and ensure we had a kind of confidence in that, he explained. Yeah, okay, I can see that. And Aureus, it's not about fuck court. It's that literally some of the guilty parties have come out and admitted that they're guilty and apologized for the stuff that they had done. So it's not really about it being alleged. It's no longer just allegedly. You could say that some of the claims may still be allegedly, right? Because I don't think everything that was claimed to have happened did happen. But the fact that there was stuff that happened that was untoward, I don't think is in dispute anymore. I don't think you really need a court case for that. Like you would if it was a criminal procedure, but it's never going to go to court anyways. There's not going to be criminal procedures here anyways. So what we are talking about here is just, sort of applying guilt where it makes sense. I've always been against applying guilt to the whole company because the whole company is obviously not guilty. In fact, I would argue that if you look at if you look at all the employees of Activision Blizzard, 5% maybe 5% were guilty of these things. I don't see it being much higher than that. I don't think. I think 95% of all the employees were absolutely fine and above board. Merculi, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. But I do think there's definite evidence of some people being dickheads and doing dickhead things. So yeah, Microsoft agreed to acquire Activision Blizzard for Xbox in a deal worth almost $70 billion US. The deal is currently expected to close at some point by June 2023. When the deal closes, Activision Blizzard will join Xbox Game Studios and Bethesda Softworks as the third publisher in the Xbox first-party group, which will consist of well over 30 game development studios. I'm very excited for what this could mean. And for those of you that might still be a little bit... So, just to be clear, there's obvious things that I am afraid of, and there's obvious things that I do think could go very wrong. Hatsworth, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. But What I'm excited for is the focus of Microsoft. Because I think focus can inform a lot on what the future might hold. Morny, how you doing, brother? Digitmark, how you doing, brother? The focus of Activision Blizzard have always been on engagement, right? That's what Activision Blizzard wants. They want as much engagement as humanly possible, and you can see how that focus have informed everything else that they have done. How it changed everything else that they had done. Now, when you look at a company like Microsoft, what is their focus, chat? Like, if you guys were to wager a guess, what do you think the focus of Microsoft is? Because if we can decide on the focus, we can figure out what they're going to do in the future. Money is not a focus. Money is something that comes because of a focus. For Blizzard, engagement leads to more money. So that's their focus, is engagement. Money is just, at this point, for companies like Microsoft, money doesn't even matter. Like, they couldn't give two fucks about money. They're making tons of money anyways. They're looking at ways to make more money, but that's the thing that we're trying to focus on. What is their focus on to make more money? So how do they make the more money? Not the money is the end goal for all companies, and I don't actually mind that. I think that's fine. Companies should be focused only on making money and then figure out how to make that money in the most honest way possible, right? But what you want to look at is, how do you get there? Like, what are the practices that you engage in to get there? So, for example, if you take two, you say it's a weird way to look at it. I actually think it's the only good way to look at it, Aureus. Because if you're not looking at that, then you're basically saying there might be companies out there in the world who isn't focused on making money. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that there are companies out in the world that isn't focused on making money? All MS products become subscription, and you are paying them on a monthly basis. True. They're costing a lot late now, focusing on expanding their market base. If all companies... No, every company is focused on making money. That's their point. No, of course, I agree with you there. But that's why that's not a focus. Money isn't a focus. Money is the end result. It's the inevitable end result. The focus is what you do in order to get money. So if you have two building companies, so two construction companies, right? One company has a focus on building, on erecting buildings in the most environmentally friendly way possible. So they try to build their buildings in such a way that it doesn't destroy the environment, but it's also beautiful and cool. The other company couldn't give two fucks about what they destroy. They just want to erect buildings and have the biggest and most buildings in the world. We both agree that both of these companies want to make money, but their focus on how they make money is different. So looking at their focus, we can say, what are these two companies going to do 10 years from now? So we could look at the company like the construction company that wants to be eco-friendly and doesn't want to destroy the environment. And you could say in 10 years from now, they're most likely going to do some kind of forestry work to replenish the forests in the world. They're most likely going to try and come up with new technologies that make building even more eco-friendly, because that's their focus. So their focus informs what they're going to do going forward. Of course, they're going to try and make money out of all the things that they do. That's just a natural effect of that. The company that doesn't care about that shit, they're just going to destroy shit. And we could look at that as well and say, in 10 years' time, what are they going to do in order to, so for there, we would say in 10 years' time, they're probably going to have lobbying groups in Washington, D.C., to try and remove some of the eco protections around building so that they can build more stuff and destroy more forests. So that's why I'm saying that's the focus that I care to look about or look at. Now, if Microsoft or Activision Blizzard's focus have been on engagement because they want to push cash sales, Microsoft's focus is completely the opposite. Their focus is on expansion. It's on getting as many people as possible. If anything, their focus is on subscriber numbers, nothing else. Microsoft cares about numbers, subscriber numbers specifically. So, what does that look like? Let's first take a normal gaming company. Like a normal gaming company like Activision Blizzard. A normal gaming company like Activision Blizzard have a upper ceiling to how many subscribers it can actually have, right? It has an upper ceiling of how many subscribers it can actually have. Because for a company like Activision Blizzard, they're only ever going to be able to make that many video games. And not every single one of those video games is going to have a subscription. So a lot of those video games will have to be yearly releases or bi-yearly releases. And they're probably never going to be able to get as much money from just releasing games as they would get from trying to figure out how to monetize the games that they've already released. This is why their focus shifts to engagement. Because through engagement, they can get people to buy stuff off the cash shop. We've had this discussion before. The evidence is in. The studies have been done. If you can get people engaged in your video game, if you can get people to play more than 10 hours a week of your video game, the likelihood of them spending money on the cash shop goes up to almost 80%. Right? Because people who are more engaged are more likely to spend on the cash shop. This is what they push. For Microsoft, that looks completely different. Because Microsoft now has so many studios that what they're interested in is the physical number of subscribers that they have on Xbox Game Pass. How do you know that? Because they release those numbers every year. Actually, every quarter. Microsoft releases exactly how many people they have right now making use of the Xbox Game Pass feature. That's what Xbox is focusing on. So Xbox or Microsoft no longer cares about $1 billion IPs, which is usually the focus of these one-dimensional Activision Blizzard's EAs. They want games that can be $1 billion IPs. It's literally all they care about. Microsoft doesn't actually give a fuck about that. Because what they would rather have is $10 million IPs that keep people busy playing video games on the Xbox Game Pass subscription service. That's what they're more interested in. They'd rather take 10 smaller games that continue getting people in to play on the Xbox Game Pass feature than they'll take one massive IP that might get like 2 or 3 million people in, but it's not really going to get any more people in. So I can absolutely see how Microsoft is going to want to bring back games like Spiral, games like StarCraft, maybe even games like Lost Vikings, games like Warcraft. I can absolutely see Microsoft bringing those games back because that will ensure that you get as many people onto the Xbox Game Pass feature as humanly possible. So in that regard, I think it's a win for all gamers everywhere. And I'd be interested to know if anyone in chat actually disagrees with that. DJ, what is this? Sleepy Dude, the thing is, I can understand why you would say that, but as someone that plays a fuck ton of games, believe me, paying $15 a month and having hundreds of games at my fingertips, and being able to play it whenever the fuck I want, and more importantly, games that I don't know if I'm going to enjoy it. So when I, for example, picked up Outer Worlds for the first time, I did not know if I was going to enjoy that game. It's not really my type of game. It's very Fallout-esque, and I've never been a massive Fallout fan. So I could pick it up for free. I didn't have to pay, well, not free, $15 a month, but, I was paying the $15 a month anyway, so I just installed the game, tried it out, and ended up finishing it and absolutely fucking loving it. The same goes for Wasteland 3. I wasn't sure if I was going to play a game like Wasteland 3, and I ended up fucking loving it, and I ended up finishing it twice now on the Xbox Game Pass. So in that regard, games like Xbox Game Pass services like Xbox Game Pass becomes truly amazing, because it does allow you to try out different games without having to worry about maybe spending money on something that you do not give a fuck about. And that's not actually true, Sleepy Dude. What do you mean once the initial release of the game is done? Because that's not true at all. Microsoft has had 25, I believe, literal day one releases on the Xbox Game Pass. So, literally, when it launches on the day, it launches on the Xbox Game Pass service as well. Yeah, but you're literally calling... You're calling out one game. You're calling out one game here. And I don't even know if that's true. I haven't played... I haven't paid attention or played Age of Empires 4. So I don't even know if you're being truthful. But I can tell you, there's been a literal shit ton of first-day releases. And there's even more coming. I believe there's already 23 first-day releases or day one releases planned for this year on the Xbox Game Pass feature. So no, they don't actually do that delayed launch yet. They most of their games launch quite quickly. It could also, just to be clear, Sleepy Dude, but you also need to keep in mind, it could also be because of maybe previously, previous made deals. I don't know the story behind Age of Empires 4, so I really can't tell you. But it is possible that there were deals previously. So maybe they entered into a deal with Steam that said that Steam would get the exclusive rights to publishing the game. And so they had to go back to Steam, and Steam was ultimately like, okay, look, we're happy to give you the game on Xbox Game Pass, but we're asking for 2 weeks head start or a month head start or whatever, right? And in that case, you can't really break the contract, so you sort of just have to do it. It's the same with Deathloop, I believe. If I'm not mistaken, I could be mistaken here. But Deathloop is a Bethesda game that is still not on the Xbox Game Pass feature and is also not on Xbox as far as I know, because they had a standing exclusivity deal with with Sony and PC before the game came out. So the game is still basically and Microsoft's absolutely obliged by it. They said, okay, fine, no, that's it. Even though we own Bethesda, you have the exclusivity deal, we won't take it away from you. Sleepy Dude, you're making a lot of accusations there that I don't know if it's true. Because again, I don't know the inside of it. Empires 4 release day 1 on Xbox Game Pass. We could probably fucking check it out. Launch time. Let's see. Hopefully they're saying it here. Age of Empires 4 release date is very, very close now, and it won't be long until AoE fans are jumping into this franchise's latest installment. Get ready to experience some of the bloodiest... The original game release date. The Age of Empires 4 release date will take place on Thursday, 28th October 2021. There's not long. You're in the UK. It will launch... on platform you play on. Age of Empires 4 will launch exclusively on PC with no console version announced yet. PC players will be able to choose between launching Steam or the Xbox Game Pass for PC app. So, Sleepy Dude, what? The facts are right in front of you. Age of Empires 4 will launch exclusively on PC with no console version announced yet. PC players will be able to choose between launching on Steam or the Xbox Game Pass PC app. So... that's the way the Age of Empires will eventually make its way to Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo consoles. The moment that the Game Pass will launch on day 1 via Xbox Game Pass PC for PC. So you're a lying piece of shit, bro. Sleepy Dude. You are a lying piece of crap. Pushing a fucking agenda like you've done for a while now in this fucking channel. Trying to catch me out on not or covering WoW stuff and whatever. Literally right in front of you here, bro. In black and fucking white. It launched on PC Game Pass. Literally on day 1. So what the fuck are you talking about? Try again, bro. And this time, Google before you lie. Quick Google. What I saying gonna be found out on Google. If answer yes, don't fucking say it. Hey? Jesus. Anyways. Fucking hell, dude. How stupid are you? Actually challenging me? Going, yeah, fucking Google it. Fucking Google it. Google it. 100% not true what you just said. Hello? Fuck. Jesus Christ. You must feel stupid now. We'll just move on. Swiftly, eh? Maybe you got them confused? No. Doomscream. Sleepy Dude is coming to the channel for the last few days now. Throwing accusations, and again, he did it, you know? Let's just make sure. Let me just tell you. Let's look at what he said here. Look it up. It's clear what your agenda is. Micro-simping, but look up the facts. He's making accusations. Sleepy Dude is having the time of his life trying to make a point. You should make a YouTube channel, Sleepy Dude. Get yourself a platform. That way you can speak crap and no one can fucking figure out what you're doing. Because there's other stupid people on the internet too. That will probably leave you. Anyways, okay, so yeah, from my point of view, I think it can only be good for us as gamers. Not saying it is going to be 100% good. There's every chance that it turns out, you know, a big fuck up for us. It could be that Microsoft turns out to be the worst company in the world to actually own Activision Blizzard. But I think the evidence right now suggests that that's not the case. I wouldn't say he wasted my time. It's content. Content is fucking content. Amon, thanks for the first chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome. How you doing, bro? Resurrect Hots. It will be better for the devs at Bliss. Brando, I can absolutely agree with that. I think anything would be better than working under fucking Bobby Kotick, right? Ascension, how you doing, bro? Thank you very much. Really appreciate that, bro. It feels better. ABK had this infuriating radio silence of sharing projects. That is so true. It's hard to imagine being a worse company than Blizzard. Yeah, it really is. It really is hard to imagine being a worse company than Activision Blizzard. One could try, but one would struggle. Because Aku gives reasonable convo time. Once it's unreasonable, he moves on. True. I do hope BlizzCon will still be a thing. I think nothing is going to change. People will forget and get annoyed by something else in a few years. If BlizzCon is still a thing, now that is an interesting topic of conversation, Doomscream. If BlizzCon is still a thing, it's probably going to become something else. Because basically they could now put on their own show with all of the Microsoft games. Like literally every single one of the Microsoft games. Copium Con. Yeah, Microsoft usually does it at E3. They've always treated E3 as the place. And also the Game Awards. So E3 or the Game Awards is where Microsoft usually did it. But considering that Blizzard already has a BlizzCon and it's already sort of set up, it's possible that they could do that, right? Only time will tell. It be changed, but to what extent? My day was nice. I'm happy to hear that. And you are right. At the end of the day, all I can do is give my opinion. And I can be wrong 100%. I could absolutely be wrong. Which is why it's called an opinion. Is Game Pass a pretty big thing back home in South Africa? Has it picked up there? I don't know. Sick. How many South Africans do we have in chat right now? Do we have any South Africans right now in chat? I don't think so. Maybe not. A more positive take on it. We might get announcement. Jono, how you doing, brother? I just rocked up here. Hey, bro. Do you have... Okay, so we have at least 2 South Africans in chat. Do you have the Xbox Game Pass for PC? Have a more positive take on it. We might get announcements on different conventions besides BlizzCon. Like was the case with D3 and ROS being announced in Europe, actually. Don't really play Xbox. No, but the Xbox Game Pass for PC. Me and all my friends. So it seems that at least within chat, myself included, there's 2 to 1. So 2 of us have the Xbox Game Pass for PC. Most of my friends have the Xbox Game Pass for PC as well. And yeah, it is really cheap for us. So I have Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, and it costs me 149 Rand a month, which translated to dollars. Jesus, what is that? Is it $9? It could be $9. Let me just see. 149 Rand to dollar. Yeah, it's like $9.80. So for $9.85 a month, I get Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. Oh yeah. I mean, hundreds of fucking games that you have access to. Those games you have access to on all platforms, not just on PC. So if you do subscribe to the Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, you have those games on the Xbox, you have those games on your PC, you have those games literally everywhere. So wherever you go, you can play those games. I don't actually know what the difference is between... On Ultimate and Normal, you have all of the same games. But Ultimate does give you access to, like, perks. The only reason I have Ultimate is because last year they had this sort of promotion where you got Ultimate for $5 a month for the first 3 months. So I just never changed it. So I still have Ultimate. Or it was $1. Sorry, yeah. It was like $1 for like the first 3 months or some shit like that. That was last year. They had this huge promotion on it. Or the year before, actually, I think. Where it was $1 a month, $1 a month for the first 3 months, and then you know, you could basically do whatever the fuck you want after, and I just never changed it again. I just stuck with Ultimate. But I think you get like perks. You get like 4 free months of Spotify, and you can just continuously redeem that. I could actually check for you. Give me a moment. Let's pull up my Xbox Game Pass here, so I can check for you. Yeah, you do get EA Play included, although this is not EA Pro Play. This is just EA Play. So it's some of their games, but it's not all of their games. EA have the 2 options as well. But there's more than enough games there that I actually like it. Although mine is bugged right now. I can't install any of the EA Play games. Yeah, EA Play is included in both. But okay, so if we go... I'm trying to remember now. Where is the perks? I can't remember the perks. Genuinely can't remember the fucking perks. Where do you find... Oh, no, fucking stop. Something's wrong with my Xbox Game Pass, dude. Something's really wrong with it. Alright, here's the perks. Okay, so this is what you get with Ultimate. You get like Doom Eternal PC, Raise Hell with 3 cosmetic packs, World of Tanks, Halo Infinite, Phantasy Star Online, month membership. Then you get like cosmetics for Apex Legends, cosmetics for Dauntless, cosmetics for Rogue Company, cosmetics for Animal Royale, Vigor, World of Warships, Gems of War, Marvel's Avengers, Smite, Transformers, Eternal PC, Return, Crunchyroll Premium. So if you're currently subbed to Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, you can get Crunchyroll Premium for 75 days. There's a Black Desert 1 year, and then Spotify Premium 4 months of ad-free music that you also get with the Xbox Game Pass right now. And then Discord Nitro as well. Sorry. Zakor, I'm sorry about that. So, just... I've removed the timeout, Zakor. For those of you that is new here, the only people that can link stuff in the channel are subs. That's not because I'm trying to farm subs. We had people coming in that would follow and then immediately link sites to try and farm people's personal information. So that's why we moved it up to subscriber. That way, at least, we don't have trolls and fucking scammers coming in trying to steal people's information and IP addresses and shit. So yeah, that's really all you get with the Ultimate. All the games are exactly the same. What do you mean, why are there emotes in your text? I don't see any emotes in your text. I'm not really that sad. £1 first month, $9.99 after that for me, says Xbox.com. Zakor, no, you don't have to apologize at all. I always feel bad, and I wish I could open it up for everyone to post links, because I don't actually give a fuck. But we genuinely had people who would post just malicious links in chat. So that's why we sort of had to do it. It's my Prime sub to be on cooldown since I went batshit crazy buying new gear around Christmas. Jesus, Doomscream. What did you buy? I worked as an admin and understand this reason. I thought it was sad that it was needed to change. I think at the end of the day, change is almost always good. Right? Netrex, how you doing? At least in my opinion, change is always good. So I don't see this as a bad thing. I'm looking forward to seeing what can happen. Saven, I'm not seeing any emotes. So here's what I see. Here's chat on my side. Agriel, I promise will react now. This is capture card, new mic boom on, and some other camera mounting tools. Nice. Nice splurge there, bro. I don't see any emotes. Acti Blizzard, how you doing, brother? No, yeah. Maybe reload? Do a reload, Saven? Yeah, I mean, World of Warcraft, $300 a month. Considering everything we get with... Considering everything you get with Xbox Game Pass, you do look at the World of Warcraft subscription and think to yourself, this feels like waste of money. This feels like a waste of money. Alright, so we have to watch Fall and Rise of Final Fantasy XIV. We still have quite a bit of these videos to go. What was the last episode we were watching? I think it was the PS3 conundrum, right? If I'm not mistaken, that was the last one we were watching. Should at least allow you to get a new WoW expansion for free. Doomscream, that has been my thing since the beginning. Was... even if they don't make World of Warcraft free to play with the Xbox Game Pass, it would be nice if they made the game itself free. So in other words, if you have the Xbox Game Pass, the game is completely free. You can pick it up and install it and do everything. And then you pay, then you pay a monthly sub in order to play. But I would actually go so far as to say, how about you make the game plus everything up to level 50 free with Game Pass? So this would actually be the thing that I would do. You make the base game plus everything up to level 50. No matter how many expansions it is, everything up to level 50. You can play everything that can be played up to level 50. You can play with the Xbox Game Pass. If you want the newest expansion, you have to pay the subscription for World of Warcraft. Then you have to. But Classic WoW, you include in the Xbox Game Pass. All of the TBC classics, you include in the Xbox Game Pass. I think that would be fucking perfect. So one can try the game out and see if it fits the taste. I'm on exactly. That way, you'll get so many more people that maybe want to try the game because they do have the Xbox Game Pass already and they could actually just try it. It would be similar to the Xbox, to the Final Fantasy XIV trial. You're right. It's up to the new player. Yeah. Which might not sound like they will make money, but MMOs just need a larger player traffic. I think ultimately, so I have actually said in the past, if a game like Blizzard Entertainment decided to drop their subscription price from 15 to say 7, I wonder if you wouldn't end up making a hell of a lot more money than what you're making on 15. Because here's the thing, not many people have $15 a month lying around to play a video game. Especially if you consider the fact that you have to buy the game, there's like a bit of upfront cost, and then the $15 on top of that every month, right? $15 isn't like a lot of money, but it is money. It's not throwaway, so to speak. But almost everyone has like $5 or $7 a month, right? Almost everyone has like $5 or $7 lying around that they could drop on a game to play a bit. So I wonder if you wouldn't actually get more people willing to play a game. Or yes, don't worry. Even if the game was $5 a month, I still wouldn't be playing WoW. So I'm right there with you on that. But I'm talking about people who still enjoy the game, but maybe don't have the money to play the game. In a shitty country like mine, yeah. In South Africa, it's also pretty expensive to play WoW. Foul Smoke, how you doing, brother? Don't think Microsoft will make Blizzard drop their prices since I kind of losing money now. Unforgive one, I wouldn't be so sure. To be honest, I wouldn't be so sure. Microsoft have done wilder things in the past. Foul Smoke, I hope I feel better too. I really hope I wake up tomorrow and I actually feel good. Because this headache, lightheadedness is getting fucking old fucking quick. Jono, yes, I did see that Asmongold reacted to my video. I was very surprised and very honored to have Asmongold react to my video. I have subs to ESO, WoW, and Final Fantasy, so I play a lot each month. If the market bears the price, but it would be an amazing apology for the shit we've been given. Yeah, Blizzard apologizing, that's where it ends. By the way, only you can add emotes to the channel, so I can annoy mods too. Only I can add emotes to the channel, yes. But if you do annoy the mods, they will usually annoy me, telling me to add certain emotes, or they will work with Ferorius to get the emotes made. I don't always agree with Asmongold, but he has some very good and well thought out takes. True. I don't think anyone could ever 100% agree with everyone or with anyone. There's always going to be people that you disagree with, but as long as you can approach those disagreements in a well thought out manner, I think that's fine. You know. Anyways, guys, I did promise that we will react to at least one, the Fall and Rise of Final Fantasy XIV. We are currently at episode 9. We've watched the PS3 compromise, and may I say, what a train wreck that was. You really do feel very bad for the developers knowing that they had to go through that. But also props to them for never actually blaming the PS3 version for them not actually being able to do certain things. Really props to them for actually trying to do things and refusing to give up. So yeah, ultimately, I'm very interested to know what the last couple of episodes for the Fall and Rise of Final Fantasy is all about.
My name is Naoki Yoshida, and I am the producer and director for Final Fantasy XIV.
March 17th, 2014. Naoki Yoshida attends GDC in San Francisco to talk about his experience so far.
By the way, and this has nothing to do with the video, but I must say, if you really want to get some brilliant insights into game development, go look for the videos GDC. Go look for the GDC channel. It's called the Game Developers Conference. There are some of the most interesting videos you will ever find in the game development market, because it's developers from all over the world and all different games talking about very specific topics of game development. If you're interested in things like that, this channel is an absolute must.
With Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn. During the presentation, Yoshida explained, in painstaking detail, what exactly went wrong with Final Fantasy XIV in 2010. He even went as far as to list some of the major issues 1.0 was plagued with.
The fucking barrels, dude. The fucking barrels. I didn't even play in 1.0, and I know the barrels. I know the flower pots, and just... Do you think if they didn't have the flower pots, things would have been better almost immediately? Do you think the flower pots made enough of a difference that it kind of destroyed the servers single-handedly? Oh, Saving Raven, what was it, the pots? The pots had more polygon counts and shaders than, or as many polygon counts and shaders as character players. So they literally tried to make the flower pots look as good as it could possibly look. Not thinking for a second that, hold on, you can't render all of that. That would be a massive fuck up if all of that were to try and render.
And yes, he did bring up the flower pots. Near the end of the presentation, an iconic slide was shown, listing what the dev team had learned from working on 1.0 and A Realm Reborn. It went as follows. Number 1, never forget the fans. Without them, there would be no us.
So true.
Number 2, fun comes first. If it isn't fun, you're doing it wrong. Number 3, never...
Doomscream, thank you so much for the tier 1 stuff, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very happy to have you here, bro. If only someone could send this slide to Ian Hazikostas. Wouldn't that be nice? Because, okay, reading through this slide, this is, by the way, not the first time I've seen this slide. I've seen this slide before. And I remember looking at it at the time. This was before I even started playing Final Fantasy. And I remember thinking to myself, Blizzard just needs to look at this slide and start making their game this way. Now that I have played Final Fantasy, it's not just that they've sort of put up the slide to be what one would call philosophical, you know, to sound cool. You can actually play the game and see these lessons being implemented into the fucking game.
Never back down. Always aim to amaze.
Yes.
And number 4, don't forget your roots. It's what fans crave.
Number one thing. Don't forget your roots. It's what fans crave. Literally the number one thing that you should never... It's one of the things that sink more game sequels than anything else, is when the sequel forgets where it actually came from. The sequel tries to reinvent the wheel. It tries to do something so different from what the original was. So a great example of this actually is Dragon Age Origins to Dragon Age 2. This would be the perfect example of that. Dragon Age Origins was literally a mix between action combat and the sort of isometric, old school, classic CRPG experience, right? That was the thing that drew people to Dragon Age Origins. Then came Dragon Age 2, and it suddenly tried to be this hip-hop happening sort of action combat in the moment type of third-person game. The issue was that was foreign to what players have expected from Dragon Age. We didn't expect that. That wasn't part of what we signed up for when it comes to playing a Dragon Age game. So it just makes it feel miserable. You lose the fans there. And then what ends up happening is you start seeing all of the other problems with the game as a result of the fact that you're already not happy with what is happening here. So that is so fucking true. Never forget your roots. Your fans and your players started playing the game for something very specific. When you start changing the base formula, you risk losing your players.
A Realm Reborn is still in its infancy. Will patch 2.2 and the following patches keep the ship afloat? or will it sink under the weight of its ever-increasing technical debt?
An interesting thing that Savin Raven is bringing up here is we spoke about it the other day. The markets, financial markets, favor stability and the known over stupidity and the unknown. What do I mean by that? Well, a good example of this is on the day that the Fed came out and announced that inflation sits at 7% and that real inflation actually sits closer to 14%, everyone expected the markets to crash. People to withdraw their money and fucking run. Instead, the markets rallied. The markets went to new all-time highs. Why? The answer is simple. 7% was what the market expected. Before the Fed went live to tell the American public what inflation was, the markets expected inflation to be at 7%. So when they announced, hey, inflation is at 7%, the markets went, oh, well, we expected this. Let's spend some money. Let's buy some stock. 7% inflation is fucking horrible. It's miserable. You shouldn't be that high. It's the beginning of very bad times for a lot of people. But the market doesn't really care because it's known. They knew that that was going to happen. They feel safe. Fans are very much the same. Players, people are very much the same. Once you start fucking with the things we know, we start to feel uncomfortable. And that really pushes people away very quickly. You do not want to fuck with the underlying formula of success because that will push people away. No, Pringles. I don't think Blizzard should do that. Do I think Blizzard should do MSQ style like Final Fantasy 14? That's not what Blizzard is. Isaac, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. World of Warcraft isn't an MSQ-esque kind of game. The problem is that World of Warcraft doesn't seem to be able to decide what kind of game they want to be. They should either go back to the original development or game that they were, which was one-shot D&D. Right? That's what they used to be. Or they should dive headstrong into this MSQ stuff. I don't personally think that World of Warcraft's gameplay or writers lends itself to being a Final Fantasy MSQ-esque kind of game. It doesn't seem like they have enough respect for the lore. And not just the writers. I'm talking about the developers themselves. I don't think the other developers in World of Warcraft has enough respect for the lore and the story. And then we also have to think about what is the game known for? Because that is also very important. World of Warcraft isn't particularly known for its story. Everyone here may love the story of World of Warcraft, but the truth is that the vast majority of World of Warcraft players do not care about the story at all. So if you start forcing the story down people's throats who could not care less about the story, you again end up risking losing your core players. Because your core players don't give a fuck about this story. They just want to get max level and do fun stuff with their groups. They don't care about the story. So this would be us going, what do I want? And what would be most successful for World of Warcraft? If I could choose MSQ, Final Fantasy-esque kind of World of Warcraft, please. Success-wise, no. They should not do that. They should respect the lore enough to give us good world building, but then from there, they should really focus on what makes World of Warcraft or made World of Warcraft great, which is max level content, dungeons, the freedom to play alts, things like that, should be the focus for World of Warcraft, I think. That's normal, 7, I think. Episode 9.
February 27th, 2014. The A Realm Reborn PS4 beta goes live for everyone owning a PS4.
How did it feel for you Final Fantasy players when you finally learned that the PS3 compromise was over? that the developers was finally free to basically do whatever the fuck they wanted with the game. I'm assuming you guys are very happy about that.
This beta was completely free and introduced a whole new crowd of console players to the world of Eorzea. The beta would run in 2 phases, the last one ending on April 7th, 2014, before the planned release 1 week later on April 14th. A Realm Reborn is becoming a household name for gamers everywhere. Fewer and fewer people are aware of its previous incarnation and are now under the impression that Final Fantasy XIV is another AAA Final Fantasy game.
I must say, if it wasn't for the fact that I was a YouTuber and I actually care about the history of the games I play, I would never have known that there was such a thing as a 1.0. I would never have known any of this shit, because you look at the game now and you just think this is a really good game. It works really well. You see none of the problems that used to be there. So, big success in that.
Game released with the subtitle A Realm Reborn. March 26th, 2014. A Realm Reborn has received its second content patch, 2.2, through the Maelstrom. In addition to the patch's poster boy Leviathan, the patch included a sea of quests, including the main scenario and Hildebrand. It also saw the introduction of new beast tribes, the Kobolds and the Sahagin, as well as a new dungeon, the Lost City of Amdapor, and 2 hard mode dungeons, Halatali and Brayflox's Longstop. The second coil of
Wait, was that in a fucking single patch? All that shit in a single patch? Wow. Man, these fucking developers are busy. Whoa. Wow. You know what we got in 9.1? We got an island of secrets that had no secrets.
Bahamut was added as well, diving deeper into the mystery of Bahamut's fate after the calamity. It was obvious the dev team had learned from their mistakes with the first coils, and the raid felt better paced. The obnoxious third turn from the first coil of Bahamut was discarded, so second coil ended up only having 4 turns. The second coil of Bahamut would reveal a shocking twist, and the last turn would take place in a location 1.0 players instantly recognized, Riven Road. This turn would become one of the hardest fights of the Binding Coils, fitting, seeing as the original fight was considered the hardest fight in the game in 1.0.
Was this an actual place in 1.0?
Thornmarch Extreme was also included in this update and would cause endless headaches in the first few months, and to an extent still does. Extreme Primals, excluding Thornmarch, would now drop mounts, horses, or ponies as the community would come to call them, each with a flare matching the primals from which they dropped. Furnishings and gardening was added, and cottages now had basement levels. Challenge logs were added to give players weekly challenges to work towards during downtime or even while doing their regular content like roulettes and commendations. But one unique aspect of A Realm Reborn has unfortunately been lost to time: Revenant's Toll. In 2.0, that is, vanilla Final Fantasy XIV A Realm Reborn, Eorzea was still recovering from the damage left behind from the calamity, and Camp Revenant's Toll was, well, destroyed. A new camp had been made with its own aetheryte close by, but it was basically just a few stalls and some closed-off buildings. But this was the endgame hub, and a lot of people...
Wait, that's how it looked originally? Why did they take this away? Why did they not keep that as sort of you building it up as time goes on? It would have been so fucking cool.
Would spend most of their game time here in the coming years. However, the unique thing about Revenant's Toll was that for each patch, it would grow. Unfortunately, there aren't many good pictures of Revenant's Toll before the first patches when people actually realized that this was happening, but there are some, so you get an idea of how barren it was. With patch 2.1, more structures were added, and scaffolds are erected all over the place. Banners are starting to decorate the buildings built into the cliffside, and cobblestone roads are now stretching through the camp. With patch 2.2, Revenant's Toll is starting to look more like the camp we know today. All vendors have moved to the northern side of the camp, where they remain to this day. Revenant's Toll would continue to grow until patch 2.5, when construction ceased. Revenant's Toll was complete. Unfortunately, the way this was done meant that players that joined after 2.1 had been released would never get to see the original camp or even be aware that the settlement had grown from nothing in the first place.
I'm sad
This
that
part
we
of
don't.
A Realm Reborn's history now only exists through the pictures players took during this period.
I'm really sad that we don't get to see the place in its original form and then level it up. as
Patch
you go.
2.2 also made significant changes to the game's new PvP system. Following its release, players voiced their dismay with the clunky systems, and this would be the first of many adjustments to Wolves' Den. A ton of dice were added: lilac purple, coral pink, cork brown, gobbybag brown, ool brown, million corn yellow, sylph green, meadow green, apple green, adamantoise green, deepwood green, celeste blue, rotano blue,
Jesus,
corpse
that's
blue,
a lot of
woad blue,
fucking changes.
void blue,
Dice.
shadow blue, lavender blue, and calibri pink. But patch 2.2 finally introduced a whole new type of endgame content. Endgame content that became revolutionary and would change the face of Final Fantasy XIV
Gonna say glam.
forever.
Gonna say glam.
The
isn't it?
glamour system.
Oh my fucking god. Yeah, alright. Alright. You fucking glam players. Jesus.
Final Fantasy XIV finally had a transmog system of its own. The glamour system would allow players to glamour other gear on top of their existing gear. This allowed characters to wear their full raid gear disguised as kawaii level 1 gear, which was also conveniently released in patch 2.2 as well. Lovely. But if you thought you'd be leveling up in style, you were out of luck. The glamour system would only be available after hitting endgame at level 50 and completing the Glamour Unlock quest. But that's not all. To cast a glamour, you need to use a glamour prism. Today, you only use a glamour prism called, well, Glamour Prism, but this was not the case in 2.2. Glamour prisms were divided into 5 grades. Grade 1 for projecting the appearance of equipment at item level 1 through 20, Grade 2 for 21 to 40, Grade 3 for 41 to 60, Grade 4 for 61 to 80, and Grade 5 for 81 or above. And just to make it a little extra tedious, the prisms were further divided into 7 categories, corresponding to the type of gear you wanted to glamour: woodworking, smithing, armorcraft, goldsmithing, leatherworking, clothcraft, and alchemy. A bit of a hassle, but at least it was in the game. A lot of quality.
Alright, so this goes back to that original slide we saw, where if it isn't fun, don't put it in the game. That's literally what it goes back to. This is the perfect example of a system that sounds cool on paper. It sounds like the kind of system that's going to give players a lot of things to work for, and it's going to keep players very busy. And obviously players are going to love keeping busy with all this shit. But it ends up being a system that's just convoluted, pain in the ass. People don't enjoy it. It pushes people away from a system that you obviously want people to be a part of. Right? You want people to be a part of that system. You want people to play the system. But Preach always says this very well when it comes to World of Warcraft. Blizzard is incredible at making systems and then putting hurdles in front of players to deter them from actually interacting with the systems. Blizzard is incredible at that. And this is the perfect example of exactly that. You have so much going on that the vast majority of the player base just goes, fuck it. No, I'm not doing this. This is ridiculous. I have to keep track of what gear exactly I want to glam and then what prism I need to fucking glam it with. Just leave it. It's fine. I won't glam. So it's good that they noticed that and removed it.
Leatherworking, clothcraft, and alchemy. A bit of a hassle, but at least it was in the game. A lot of quality of life changes were added as well, including the option to sort the party list and the introduction of 2 new roulettes to the duty finder.
Remember, at the end of the day, as a developer, your main goal should always be to make things fun. That should be the main goal that you have with video game design. You should try and make the game as fun as possible. You shouldn't be focused on time-wasting mechanics, or as the gaming industry loves to call it, engagement mechanics. Because those are almost never fun. Whenever you think about an engagement mechanic, it almost always stands in direct contrast to fun. The fun part of glam is to make yourself look like something else, to play fashionista, if you will, right? To be that fashion icon and to figure out different ways of actually, different color palettes and things like that to make yourself stand out. That's the fun part of glam. You don't need to make that a hard system. All you need is for players to go out and collect stuff in the world that they think is cool, and then give them the ability to turn their gear looking into that other thing. If you have that, the system is pretty much complete. You don't have to put extra obstacles in front of that, because you already have the obstacle. You need to collect the stuff in the game that you actually want to glam to. You need to own something from glam in order to glam to that something. You don't need any extra systems. That's it. That's enough.
Namely the Expert and Trials roulette. However, these roulettes could only be undertaken solo at the time. But the biggest star of the show, just above the glamour system, was the next face of the Relic questline. Atma. Just looking back at this questline makes my spine tingle. The Atma face of the Zodiac weapon quest is infamous for forcing you to roam around aimlessly looking for fates in hopes that it would drop the item you needed. Let's break it down. The quest would have you equip your up-to-date relic, a Zenith weapon at the time, after which you would have to obtain 12 so-called Atmas. Atma of the Lion, Water-bearer, Ram, Crab, Fish, Bull, Scales, Twins, Scorpion, Archer, Goat, and Maiden. The only way to obtain these nuggets of joy was through fates. At launch, people were actually confused, as it didn't seem to drop at all.
How long does this take? How long did it take you to collect all of those Atmas?
The drop rate was so low, in fact, people genuinely believed that the quest was broken and the Atmas had not been added to the loot tables of the Fates. I myself spent hours in North Shroud and Lower Lenosha. Just look at the map for Lower Lenosha and the lack of an Upper Aetheryte, and you'll see why this was a particularly bad place to get stuck. And after 2 hours, I started to doubt the system myself. And that was the psychological terror of Atma farming. And it was about to get a lot worse, because it would seem a mistranslation in the quest made it seem like 2 Atmas were to drop in Central Thanalan and Central Lenosha, a place that doesn't even exist, when in fact they were not. They were meant to drop in Central Shroud and Middle Lenosha instead. This spread by word of mouth at first, with no official word from Square Enix. Was it a troll? Was it real? Are any of the drops real? As Atmas started dropping into...
Can you imagine how pissed you are? You've just spent so much time farming in Central Thanalan, hoping for that thing to fucking drop, and it's actually just a typo.
To my inventory, I did realize that it was real, but I now started doubting the quest log. A forum post popped up confirming that players had gotten the drops from the other locations. However, at this point, there were people that had farmed Central Thanalan for an Atma for hours.
An
Atma that was never even meant to drop there. People got a little angry. I spent weeks getting my Atma weapon with several hours a day spent trying to farm. I became a recluse in 14, desperately racing to get my relic while it was still relevant. I did get it in the end while it was still relevant, but the reward was the same relic with a different paint job, but with the glow removed. Let's just say it wasn't my favorite relic step. Overall, 2.2 was yet another massive achievement for the development team, adding tons of new features and content. This was of course a given. A Realm Reborn has a massive technical debt, and the interest is already accumulating fast. They are staying on top of it for now, and if the patches keep this level of quality in the future, the debt will be repaid in full in no time. On April 14th, 2014, the gates finally opened for PS4 players. Final Fantasy XIV enters a current-gen console market, and the shadow of the PS3 is growing. The PS4 version gets a lot of praise for its performance compared to the PS3. The game appears clearer, crisper, more responsive, but with some issues of its own. The most important part is that it really did bridge the gap between PC and console in terms of visual and gameplay quality. While the PS3 wasn't bad, it did struggle, and could barely keep a consistent 30 FPS at 720p. The PS4 could keep an almost constant 60 FPS in many zones at 1080p, so it goes without saying.
Fuck, it must be horrible playing on a PS3, dude.
Speaking of which, if you owned a PS3 copy of A Realm Reborn, you were eligible for a free PS4 upgrade. This would replace your PS4 copy, so you would no longer be able to play your PS3 version, but hey, free upgrade. This is the point where A Realm Reborn really started to show off what it could do. This is where the vision of 14 became clear. It's here and it's here to stay. Just like its brother Final Fantasy XI, Final Fantasy XIV is now growing a dedicated community. Podcasts starts popping up. Old podcasts that ended in 1.0 are revived. The creative community we know and love today really started to bloom in this part of A Realm Reborn's life. We'll look more on the community side of things and how A Realm Reborn's storyline came to a dramatic end in the next episode. But for now, I must take my leave. Thank you so much for watching this, 9th episode of the Fall and Rise of Final Fantasy XIV. I'm thankful for all the support, and I hope you enjoyed this episode, even if it took like a year for it to come out. I'll be back in the next episode of the Fall and Rise of Final Fantasy XIV. The last one probably before we start tackling Heavensward. Until then, may...
Alright, so... What, Nabriles? How would you say it? Nabriales. That's actually how I say it. Nabriales. Raid video time? Yeah, we can watch the raid video. To think, this video was covering stuff that happened years and years and years ago. Right? Years and years and years ago. And to think that it took almost 8 years for Final Fantasy to finally get the recognition that it deserves. Which is what I remarked upon when I was watching the No Clip documentaries. After 8 years, well, almost 10 years, but after a long fucking time, Yoshi P can finally see his hard work truly be repaid. Like, see the millions of people that were ultimately meant to enjoy his game, which I think is quite amazing. If you know the story of how Yoshi P had to work and how the developers had to work to try and fix 1.0, to try and fix 2.0, to make sure that the game reached the point that it was on now, you do sort of feel good for him. You know, it is a nice feeling to know that the dude is finally getting some recognition for the work that they have put in. So for that, I would say hands in chat. Hands in chat, hearts in chat for Mr. Yoshi P and the incredible team behind Final Fantasy XIV, who, without their hard work, we wouldn't have this amazing game to play right now. We wouldn't be able to enjoy the masterpiece that they have put together, which I am truly happy for. All right, what am I watching, Naomi? Actually, sorry, no. I have to watch Agriel's video now. Agriel linked the video the other day already. Agriel, you linked it in content suggestions, correct? Which one was it? Oh, the Why I Quit rating.
Hey everyone.
He deserves it after his long work he put into the game. I absolutely agree with that. All right, so Agriel sent me this video, why I quit Mythic Raiding in WoW to raid in Final Fantasy XIV. I once made a big decision to quit World of Warcraft and Mythic Raiding for good to pursue Savage and Ultimate Raiding in Final Fantasy XIV. I've seen many other creators making their own why I quit WoW for Final Fantasy XIV videos and wanted to share my story, as I enjoy the game very differently from the general player base. All right, this video is made by Lynx Kameli. So for those of you that want to go support Lynx, please feel free to do so. All right, let's hear what Lynx has to say. Why did he leave World of Warcraft Mythic Raiding for Final Fantasy XIV?
Everyone, my name is Lynx Kameli, and in this week's video, I wanted to jump on the bandwagon of why I quit WoW videos, but give my unique perspective as a hardcore raider and someone who doesn't enjoy the typical FF14 hooks like the story. Perhaps you're a Mythic Raider yourself and wondering if you'd enjoy raiding in FF14, or perhaps you're purely an FF14 player who wants to know how a hardcore raider finds enjoyment in the game.
So does he mean he doesn't enjoy story at all? Or that it's just not his main reason for playing?
Either way, I often feel like these videos focus on the casual side of 14 and not so much the high-end raiding side. So here's why I quit Mythic Raiding in WoW to raid in FF14. I'm a player whose enjoyment of FF14 comes almost solely from raiding, and have notoriously skipped all of the story content in 14, speedrunning to endgame, and reaching raiding as quickly as possible. This is a pretty uncommon gameplay style in FF14.
Yeah.
With the main draws of the game being the story, the characters, the world, glamours, crafting, housing, and other forms of more casual content.
What the
This isn't to say I don't enjoy these parts of the game, and I don't look at skipping the story and rushing to endgame as some sort of badge of honor.
Take care,
but what I
Naomi.
care about the most is endgame and
Good luck.
high-end raiding. This probably sounds pretty familiar if you're a Mythic Raider in World of Warcraft. What I'm here to tell you is that despite the game not catering to high-end raiders, there is still tons of enjoyment to be found.
I would actually disagree with him there. You see, because most people don't seem to... So I don't like that he says that the game doesn't focus or cater to high-end raiders, because basically what he's remarking upon there, right? The Randolphian, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What he's remarking to there is that the game doesn't only cater to hardcore raiders. But to say that the game doesn't cater to hardcore raiders is wrong, because the fact that there is such a thing as extremes and ultimates tells you that it does cater to hardcore raiders. If it didn't, there wouldn't be extreme and ultimate raids. Those raids would not exist in the game. The difference is that as WoW players, we've been sort of brainwashed into this world where the only things that matter is raiding and PvP. That's literally it. There's nothing else to worry about. That's all that matters. And the truth is that that's not really how games should be designed. Final Fantasy is the thing that I think is actually, you should look at it and you should realize that, hey, this is how a game should be designed. You shouldn't only be catering to a single group of players. You should be catering to all of the players. You should try and give everyone something to do. The Onyx, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel, bro. I feel Blizzard doesn't cater to raiders. It just, they don't know how to make content for non-raiders. Well, they do cater to raiders, but that's only because that's the only thing that they have going for them. They don't, you can't even say that they cater to PvP players, because they really don't.
And difficult challenges to overcome in Final Fantasy XIV raiding. An important part of FF14 raiding that is often not very well discussed is the issue of boss count in raiding. What I mean by this is that every Savage raid tier in Final Fantasy XIV has only 4 bosses, and this sounds like an incredibly low amount compared to WoW's 10 to 12 boss raids, right? Well, I'm here to tell you that we do actually get comparable boss counts per raid tier. It's just not all in Savage. You see, in World of Warcraft, raids are released as one complete piece of content, containing all of the bosses for a tier in one area. When a new raid in WoW is released, that is the raid, and aside from Mythic Plus, it's the only place you'll be facing new encounters. FF14 raids are broken up between 24-man raids, also known as Alliance raids, 8-man Extreme Trials, Savage raids, and Ultimates. There are 4 bosses per Alliance raid, 2 Extreme Trials per raid tier, 4 Savage bosses per tier, and depending on how you look at it, 1 or 4 bosses in Ultimate, bringing us to a total of 11 or 14 bosses per raid tier cycle. The reason I say Ultimate can be 1 or 4, depending on how you look at it, is that Ultimate raids are boss gauntlets that contain multiple bosses split up by phases inside of one fight, which is why Ultimate fights are generally upwards of 15 to 18 minutes for one encounter.
I actually prefer this, have to be honest. I prefer the way that Final Fantasy raids or trials or whatever you want to call them work. I think it's far more welcoming to brand new players, because as a new player, all you have to do is basically, sign up for a single boss, and you have time to learn the fight. You don't have to make a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hour commitment or a 3-hour commitment every 3 days a week. You can literally sign up for a single boss, try it out, see where you're failing, see how you can do better. So I think it makes it much more fun, much more accessible. Specifically, the fact that you only ever have to be in there for 45 minutes before you get kicked out of the instance, and you have to re-sign up in order to do it, means that if you only have 45 minutes, you can very easily sign up for it. And after the 45 minutes is over, you go, hey guys, need to leave, right? Or it's an hour, something like that, 45 minutes to an hour, right? But you can leave as soon as you realize, okay, wait, I need to go now. I can't stay. But it's not as big of a time commitment as you have within World of Warcraft, where there's a lot of bosses that needs to be killed. And in order to clear a raid, you usually have to stay there for as many bosses as people can pull before the night is over. Most of the time when you go into pugs, especially for mythic raids in World of Warcraft, you're looking at a good 4, 5, 6 hours sometimes in a pug, if you're diligent and you stay. So I kind of prefer their system of just bosses, no trash, no bullshit, just bosses.
With the raids being split up like this, you have a trade-off of having more diversity and variety in bosses, where they exist in the game, their design, and their arenas, with the drawback being less highly challenging encounters and a smaller pool of bosses that drop the best gear in the game. The last part there is the most important. When looking to acquire the best gear in the game, yes, you will only have the 4 Savage bosses to tackle, as Ultimates only exist as an extreme challenge, not rewarding better gear, but
again, to me, that's what I've always said WoW should have done. Mythic raiding in World of Warcraft should always have just been a challenge. There shouldn't have been gear. Because it creates a bunch of new problems that you do not need to have in the game. So ultimately, so far, he's said, I know he's trying to set it up for the average player in such a way that the average player looks at it and says, hey, despite all of those things, obviously I can enjoy this. So he's trying to speak to the WoW player, the WoW raider. But as someone who myself used to do mythic raiding in World of Warcraft, there is not a single thing that World of Warcraft mythic raiding does that I think Final Fantasy doesn't do as well or better. And that's excluding the gameplay argument, which we've had a bunch of times before. But from boss design, from boss mechanics, from fight difficulty, I think Final Fantasy is up there, if not at some points harder than World of Warcraft.
A transmog weapon and a title to show off your accomplishment. The diversity of raiding, though, means that outside of your weekly Savage raiding, you have many other pieces of content that you can take part in and still receive rewards that fuel your Savage and Ultimate raids. Alliance raids, in comparison to WoW, are around LFR to early normal mode difficulty, but reward coins which can be turned in for gear upgrade tokens, which are required to upgrade your gear to the highest level.
Oh, that's actually the biggest thing, Shamanito. That's actually the biggest thing. There's no RNG in gearing in Final Fantasy, at least not from what I could tell. It's my understanding from what I've seen so far, you have tokens that drop, and if you collect enough tokens, you buy the piece of gear that you want. No questions asked. You decide what gear you want to pick up, and that's it.
These tokens also drop in Savage, so
Oh shit,
you
a
don't
train
have to
boss.
do alliance raids for them, but they're a good way to acquire them for your alt classes, or if you're getting unlucky and not receiving the upgrade tokens fast enough to keep up with your gear upgrades. Moving on to Extreme Trials, the next tier above alliance raids, they are around early heroic.
I don't view that as boring gear. Because I don't think the gearing in Final Fantasy is boring. For some reason, there are game companies that think that what makes gearing fun is sort of a randomized system around it. So you don't know, am I going to get something? Am I not going to get something? That doesn't make things fun. It just means that you're frustrated a lot because you don't get the items that you want. And then when they finally drop, it's more a case of relief than it is a case of happiness. It doesn't make it more fun. It's I don't think Final Fantasy gearing is boring, because what is actually fun is having a list of things that you want to do and being able to complete that list. Right? That's what makes things fun. That's what makes gearing fun in RPGs. I need this, 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 and this. You have a based in slot list, and you know exactly what to get in order to finish your based in slot list. And once the based in slot list is done, what's fun about that is you are now done. You can now move on and go do other things because you've done what you wanted to do, which is get the base gear for you. Gearing should not be an engagement mechanic. Gearing should be an endpoint. It should be something that you can say, right, I'm done, and I don't have to worry about this anymore. Now I can go play other things. I can go do other things. I don't have to be stuck here. Thank you very much for the first time chat, by the way, Bahamter. Final Fantasy just doesn't make gear level up compulsory. Well, I wouldn't say that it doesn't make it compulsory, because it again would depend on your goals and focuses, right? If your goal in Final Fantasy XIV is to raid Ultimate, then gearing up is sort of compulsory because you want to do Ultimate. But if your goal is sort of everything else, but, you know, Glam and Ultimate raids, then yeah, gearing is just sort of a side thing that you're eventually going to finish. And I think that's fine. I don't think gearing should ever be used as the hook to keep people playing. Because when you use gearing as the hook to keep people playing, it also has massive punishment that comes with it. It's also a punishing mechanic, because it punishes the player by being the hook that keeps people playing. Because you don't always know when your gear is going to drop. And gearing is simply a tool that enables you to play the game. Gearing should not be the game itself.
Boss difficulty, meaning that they are very often pugged and don't require voice comms or much commitment to farm them. These bosses drop high item level weapons, allowing you an avenue to acquire a near Savage raid level weapon much more easily than Savage raiding. Many high-end raiders actively progress these trials while also progressing the Savage raid tier, as the weapons from Extreme Trials can prove highly beneficial when progressing in Savage.
See, I also kind of like the fact that I didn't even know this, but I do like the idea that they don't put as high of an onus on item level. It's not, I don't get the same feeling from the Final Fantasy XIV player base around the importance of item level. In fact, what I almost find is, as long as you have the minimum item level required to do something, most people would be okay playing with you. If you didn't have the minimum item level, people would be like, dude, fuck, you know, you're not going to be able to do this. But as long as you have the minimum, bare minimum item level, I don't really see a lot of people going, hey, you have to be 20 item levels higher than what the minimum item level for this instance is. And I think the reason for it is because there isn't that massive gap between gearing. You can get very close to Savage gear in easy content, which means Savage gear doesn't have this be-all, end-all kind of cloud that hangs over everyone, right? Grimtalis, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No meters to shove at people. True. It's there, but it's more of a baseline than some super hard-coded bar. Yeah, I mean, there is item level, but so in World of Warcraft, every single person I've experienced this in World of Warcraft before. You sign up for a group and you get declined because your item level is too low. Your item level is fine. You can absolutely do that content. But the content requires 160 item level, and you didn't have 210 item level. You didn't basically double the amount of fucking item level, and therefore, fuck you, right? You don't even get invited to the group. That's literally a direct result of the design philosophy that goes into World of Warcraft, because gear plays such a big part and there's such a massive difference between gearing structures. People put so much onus on gear, which I don't really see in Final Fantasy.
They also drop mounts, so people farm these extreme...
Oh, and I should also say, one of the big reasons why I think item level isn't as big of a deal in Final Fantasy is the literal boss design. From all of the bosses that I've done so far in Final Fantasy, including the Quells of Bahamut stuff, the Crystal Raid stuff, the Crystal Palace stuff, the Crystal Tower stuff, excuse me, all of the stuff that I've done so far in Final Fantasy, the things that you can fail on in Final Fantasy, your item level would help you not at all. It doesn't seem like someone who can't do tactics is going to have a better time with 200 item level versus the guy with 160 item level. If you can't do the tactics, if you can't stay out of the damage, you're going to die no matter what, and it doesn't even matter. And I think that is the big thing. Whereas World of Warcraft, there's a massive amount of DPS check. Even on bosses that isn't obvious DPS checks, the boss is made easier if you have more DPS. And more often than not, you don't have that many sort of AoE mechanics that you also have to deal with. Whereas Final Fantasy bosses is incredibly busy. Like, the busy work in you almost never have time to stand still in a Final Fantasy fight. It's busy. There's a lot of things going on. It's a lot of movement. There's a lot of stacking and spreading that has to take place. You're constantly keeping out of shit. So it just doesn't seem like item level is really that big of a differentiate between success and failure.
Trials throughout the entire expansion. This is a huge part of FF14 that I love. The fact that a new raid release does not invalidate the previous raids. Because there are cosmetics tied to the raids, like mounts and transmog items, people actively farm old content forever, and you can always go back and experience an older extreme trial with...
I mean, being a DPS, signing up for something old, and waiting 5-10 minutes, and we're talking something stupidly old. If you, in World of Warcraft, signed up, if you could, sign up for, let's say, one of the, let's say, mana tombs, yeah? Let's go way back to TBC, and we say you sign up for mana tombs, yeah? How long do you think you're gonna wait in order to get a group for mana tombs? Yeah, a few weeks. If you're lucky, you'll get a group in a few weeks. You're never fucking getting in to that dungeon, because there's no point to doing the dungeon once it's done. Yeah, there's a couple of people that's still farming transmog in there, but they can solo it. They just one-shot it, solo GG. Because there's no real point to ever trying to do those things with a group or, sort of synced, if you will. I love the fact that there's so many rewards that pushes people back into old stuff, that the old stuff is almost always alive and well.
With 7 others just for fun, or to get the mount or transmog, whatever reason you have for being there, you can find a group for it. Compare that to World of Warcraft, where a new raid release means all 10 or so bosses that you've been farming are now seemingly gone forever. There are some...
So I actually have a story about this. In BFA, I actually quit BFA about 3 weeks into BFA. I quit playing. I then came back in 9.3, I believe. No, 8.3. I came back in 8.3. I came back for a short period of time in 8.2. Played a little bit of Nazjatar, really enjoyed Nazjatar, and then left again because I got bored again. And then came back in 8.3. And 8.3 was kind of fun. I'm not going to lie. I did have quite a lot of fun in 8.3. But I was trying to do the storylines. I was trying to sort of finish all of my storylines and unlock all of my things. And in one of the storylines, I had to do Battle for the Zara lore. Right? Obvi. I have to do Battle for the Zara lore because that's part of the storyline. I ended up waiting in the queue almost 2 hours before just logging out. I was just bored. I just went, okay, I'm never getting into a queue for Battle for the Zara lore, so may as well give up. This raid is never gonna fucking drop or never gonna start, so may as well just quit playing. That is, and I mean, we're literally talking about just the previous raid tier here. When I did it, at least, when I tried to finish the storylines, Battle for the Zara lore wasn't like years and years and years ago, right? We're not talking about previous content, previous expansion content. We're talking about content in the same expansion being completely and utterly null and void.
Really fun raids in WoW that I would have loved to keep doing throughout an expansion just out of enjoyment.
I agree.
But because a new raid was released and better gear exists, nobody ran the old raids. Add on to that the fact that you can have every class in the game on one character in Final Fantasy XIV, meaning you can swap classes and roles whenever you want. Farming old bosses doesn't ever get boring. Maybe I want to tank an extreme trial today, or maybe I want to heal it. Maybe I've been trying to learn melee DPS and will practice on extreme trials to get good enough for Savage. This is one of the biggest replayability factors for high-end raiders such as myself. Moving on to Savage raids then, this is where the best gear in the game will come from, and where most of the challenging raid content lies. Savage difficulty is around N heroic to late mythic difficulty, with each boss being progressively more difficult than the last. While yes, WoW does have more mythic bosses, if you've ever been in a decently progressed mythic guild, you'll be aware of the fact that the first 5 to 7 bosses in a mythic raid are much easier than the last 3.
True.
There is a sharp increase
In fact, usually the first 3 bosses on mythic difficulty is laughable. You'll usually find that the last 3 bosses of heroic tend to be sort of equal to, sometimes even can edge out the first 3 bosses of mythic. That's why most mythic raiding guilds in World of Warcraft is 3 out of whatever. Like, do yourself a favor, go into trade chat and look at all the guilds spamming for members. 3 out of 10 mythic guild looking for raiders. Almost everyone is 3 out of 10, because every guild, even plebs, can actually kill the first 3 bosses, and then from there they just sort of hit a barrier where now they can't continue.
in difficulty near the end of a mythic raid, whereas Savage is a constant progression of difficulty, meaning that no boss feels like a pushover. On top of that, FF bosses are also on average longer than mythic bosses, averaging around 8 to 11 minutes per Savage fight, compared to WoW's 4 to 8 minute average. This longer fight duration also exists in extreme trials, so when looking at encounter time across an entire raid tier, FF might actually have more encounter time than WoW's despite having a lower boss count. This is of course made up by
I mean, I wouldn't say that's really a good argument to make, although I don't think is, did you saw my video yet or not? Death Knight, what was your video? I wouldn't say this is a great argument to make, because at the end of the day, it's still the same boss, right? It's just now longer on one boss. What I would say would be a better argument here is that the bosses are far more involved, and that every boss really feels like an event. Oh, I have not watched that video yet, Death Knight. We'll probably watch that video on Sunday. I have not watched that video yet, but it is on the list of videos to watch, I promise.
By World of Warcraft having trash between its bosses, whereas FF14 doesn't, but boss fight time can be higher in FF14 depending on what you're looking at. This is another big reason as to why a hardcore raider can enjoy FF14, as despite a lower boss count, the bosses feel fuller and more complete, with many different phases and mechanics throughout the entire.
I'm also not sure if he's going to touch on this, but as someone that used to be a very hardcore raider, I would also like to point out, if there is any raiders that sort of not sure if they need to leave, in Final Fantasy, your class is part of the mechanics of every single fight that you do. What do I mean by that? The route, as it used to be, the route in conquering a boss in World of Warcraft used to look as follows. You first conquer your class in general. You figure out how to play your class. Then you figure out how to play your class on a given boss. Then you figure out how to play the boss. This used to be the route. So you would wipe on Heroic Lich King for 200, 300, 400 attempts, yeah, trying to get him down. The first 100 attempts is literally you trying to figure out how to play your class optimally, how to squeeze as much DPS and survivability and healing out of your class as humanly possible. Sometimes even first 200 attempts. That's what you're trying to figure out. From there, it now shifts to trying to figure out the boss itself, the abilities that you still haven't caught up on, right? Because obviously this isn't really something where you first figure that out and then you start figuring out the fight. You are still figuring out the fight as you go, but your class used to be a very big part of every single fight. Nowadays, your class really isn't that big of a part of the fight. Most classes are very straightforward. Most classes do very much the same things as most other classes. Yeah, some classes have some utility, but most of the utility is completely useless in raiding anyways. Specifically in a fight, that utility wouldn't play much of a role. So at the end of the day, you know, your class really is just a tool, and you're just applying your tools to get the fight down. With Final Fantasy, your class really is like another mechanic that needs to be conquered. Because you have, depending on the class, of course, there's some easier classes and there's some harder jobs in Final Fantasy. But like a Black Mage. Black Mages are notoriously hard. In fact, I've heard from many people that most people don't play Black Mage the first time in progression raids. Because they're so difficult. Because a Black Mage needs to know the fight in order to actually put out DPS. Because Black Mages can't really move that much. They get punished very heavily for movement. And so they tend to want to stand still. And when you don't know the fight, it becomes very difficult to do so. And that, I think, isn't just... I don't think it's just true for Black Mage. I think it's very true for Black Mage. But I think that's true for almost all of the jobs in Final Fantasy. The rotations are quite involved. The rotations are quite long. And they require very specific uses. So you can't just hit whatever button lights up. There's almost no classes like that. Every class has a very strict rotation that you have to stick to. And you have to figure out, how do I do my rotation strictly as it needs to be done, whilst also moving out of damage, whilst also soaking, whilst also, spreading at the right times. So that is something that's become really cool. Or is really cool in Final Fantasy that WoW really doesn't have anymore.
Entire encounter. When moving on to Ultimate Raids, it gets even crazier. Ultimate Raids are, without a doubt, the hardest pieces of raiding content ever conceived in an MMO, aside from one-shots and just cheese bosses. I'm sure many long-term WoW players will scream about how wrong I am for saying that, with Nax Rammus being the hardest raid ever, or Sartharian 3 Drakes, or Mythic Gul'dan, Mythic Sargeras. How can an 8-man raid be harder than a 20-man raid? Listen.
Easy. Before he even answers it, it's so fucking easy. How can an 8-man raid be harder than a 20-man raid? Numbers. When you have 20 people, you can afford to sacrifice 2 or 3. When you have 8 people, generally speaking, you can't afford to sacrifice anyone. We knew this back in the days of 10 and 25-man. Back in the days of 10-man and 25-man, more often than not, you would have most 10-mans be sort of much easier than 25-man. But almost every single tier, there would be 1 or 2 bosses where it's almost fucking impossible to do on 10-man heroic, because the boss is built in such a way that no one in your group can fail at all. Whereas the 25-man groups, you could end up sacrificing. And we used to do that, by the way. As a Mythic raiding guild, We used to go in the final phase, or as you build up to the final phase, someone gets a mechanic on them that they shouldn't have gotten at the time. So maybe you wanted the mechanic to drop on the warlock, but now it dropped on the mage. You just go sacrifice. Sack yourself, bro. So the mage runs out, takes the damage, dies, out for the rest of the fight. With 8 people, you don't have that luxury. Someone dies, that's a pretty big chunk of DPS, pretty big chunk of people being able to soak out of the group. And suddenly you have to... I'm reminded of Twintania. When we did Twintania, she has this one ability where everyone has to stack on the player that is targeted by the ability. Otherwise, it one-shots the player that is targeted. Now, you have 2 healers, right? You have 2 tanks. The 2 tanks on Twintania is already under a fuck ton of stress. Them soaking things would make things even harder. So you don't really want your tanks to start soaking stuff. You need 4 DPS to soak that damage ability. And it still hits kind of hard. The healers still need to heal you up right after that. So if you lose 1 DPS, you're suddenly asking healers that's already under a lot of pressure trying to keep the tanks alive to now start soaking DPS or damage alongside the group. So you can't really afford to lose someone, because if you lose someone at the wrong moment, it's over. That's a wipe. Thanks for playing. So 8 people make things much harder because you have to focus. Everyone is important. Everyone is super important. Whereas in a 20-man group, you can afford to sacrifice 1 or 2 people and still be able to do the fight just fine.
I've been there.
Not always, just to put the caveat on there, because there's going to be people in the YouTube comment section going, excuse me, but what about this boss? Yes, there are fights where all 20 people are very, very important. But we are talking in general here. If you do not understand what that means, then go fucking look it up. But in general, you can sacrifice people on 20-man. You cannot sacrifice people on 8-man.
I know how hard WoW fights can be. I know that the clear rates for end mythic bosses are extremely low. But what I can tell you is that Mythic Unat is the only fight in WoW to ever compete with ultimate raids in FF14 in terms of difficulty. And that raid was the least cleared mythic raid in history. 8-man raids are so much harder than 20-man raids because with only 8 players, you can give those players extreme personal responsibility on a level you just cannot do with 20 people.
True.
20.
If you had a group of 20 people in a boss room the size of a normal World of Warcraft room, can you imagine if you had mechanics that every single one of those 20 people had to do all the fucking time? It would be a nightmare. That room would look like a Christmas tree. So generally speaking, you don't have that. Most of the time, you'll have mechanics that involve 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 people out of the 20 that need to take care of a mechanic. The rest of the people just sort of stay out and do whatever. The only time you have mechanics really in World of Warcraft that really does involve the whole group is like a massive soaking mechanic where everyone has to soak, which usually comes during a break of the fight anyway. So the boss is doing this massive AoE thing and everyone has to soak behind a boulder or some shit. That would involve the whole group stacking on top of one another. Or when it's like... I'm reminded of... what's the name of that boss? Star Ogre. Star Ogre involved... excuse me. Star Ogre involved the whole group by literally linking players together. And now the whole group had to run to their linked player. And you couldn't cross the link and you couldn't run into other players, right? That involved the whole group. That was a fucking shit show. That was a shit show of a fight. Because you have 20 people all having to look for each other, right? And trying to stay out of each other's way. It becomes a shit show. So you use those mechanics far less often. In an 8-man group, you can use those mechanics literally every single fight. You can put a lot of personal onus on people.
3 points of failure versus 8 points of failure. With a smaller amount of failure points, you can create harder individual challenges. Add on the fact that ultimate raids can last up to 20 minutes with one mistake having the ability to cause a wipe and reset your progress back to the beginning.
Jesus.
And oh man, are these fights insanely difficult.
Wow.
You can point out clear dates and how many
So chat, when are we doing ultimate rating? Don't fucking never me. Don't fucking never me. We're doing ultimate raid soon. Soon TM. Hippo, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, we're doing ultimate raid as soon as I unlock it. If you are doing ultimate, carry me through, please. I'd be glad to. Longcock Legend, thanks for the 100 bits, dude. Really appreciate that.
Hater, my man. Why did Karen press Control plus Alt plus Delete? She wanted the task manager. I'll ultimate trade with you anytime.
Thank you very much. Dude. Really appreciate that. I must say that's some gentle comedy right there. But I can see the comedy working. Grand, thank you very much for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Right after I buy the game on Tuesday and level to 90 finally. Oh, grand. You're gonna have so much fun. You're gonna have so much fucking fun. Yeah, EU plebs should all transfer to NA so we can all play together. I'm starting a new movement, turning the NA servers into EU servers. We're gonna raid normal EU times, but on NA servers.
people clear ultimates and say that they're easier than certain WoW bosses, but that's only because WoW bosses are gear gated and FF14 bosses are not. Ultimate raids are designed with players being best in slot, meaning they are 100% tailor-made to be incredibly difficult.
Plus, your Fat Fuckers Club growth is amazing. It's amazing. A couple of months, I'm tracking your growth in Twitch, YouTube, and Patreon. I like your business model. Actblizz, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I think calling it a business model is a little bit grandiose. Because that would suggest that I have an actual plan. I don't really. I just do whatever is fun, and it just so happens, you know, that that those three places are where I have fun, and the growth has been really cool on those three places. So I'm very blessed, really, to have that.
And you cannot overgear them. Even when a new raid releases, ultimate raids are item level synced, meaning if you come in with better gear later on, too bad, your stats get lowered to the level they were when the raid was released. 4 years after the...
You see, the reason I think, and this is why I've always said Mythic raiding in World of Warcraft should be item locked. It should not drop any items. It should literally just be straight up. You have all heroic gear, now you can do Mythic, but Mythic is just the challenge. Sophia, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. 41 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Sophia. Really appreciate that. You can build much harder bosses when you know exactly what the item level for those bosses are going to be. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a lot of love to Sophia in chat? That is 251 subs in the channel gifted. That is insane. That is insane. Sophia, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But as I was saying, you can do so much for boss design when you know exactly what the item level is going to be versus no fucking idea. Right? Which is what Mythic in World of Warcraft is. The developers have no idea what the item level is going to be because there's gear that drops in Mythic. So what is the item level of the average raider that gets to the 7th boss in Mythic? Who knows? They could still be all heroic geared. They didn't get any gear. Or they could be full Mythic geared with all the previous bosses. right? All the gear that's available in the previous bosses. You have no idea. So you kind of have to take a stab in the dark at what is going to be. And that's why you oftentimes get these mismatched mythic bosses, where you get one boss that is literally mathematically unkillable, and then you get bosses that just fall the fuck over. And this has genuinely happened. There's been times where mythic bosses just fall over. The boss is so easy that mythic groups hit it, they one-shot it first time. Because the boss was undertuned for the fight.
First Ultimate was released, we still have thousands of players attempting them, and progressing for months, hoping to get a clear. This is where high-end, hardcore raiders live in Final Fantasy XIV. Ultimate raids have basically ruined other MMOs for me. Without the insane challenges of Ultimate, I just don't know how to have fun in an MMO anymore. I crave that insane challenge, the hours of wiping 15 minutes in and banging your head in frustration, and the immense satisfaction of finally overcoming the challenge and clearing an Ultimate. I have dozens of clears on these fights, and still enjoy doing them to this day. Some people have hundreds of clears of Ultimates, no longer needing the transmog rewards, but just doing them because the challenge is so fun.
See, I would probably turn out to be the exact same kind of player. Artemis Gray, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I would probably end up being the exact same kind of player. I'm a huge raider. I've always loved raiding. And if I build a static, I probably end up raiding every day. Because I love it. Raiding is what makes MMOs fun for me. So yeah, I would probably end up just doing this, and specifically the fact that you can always get it at the hardest possible difficulty makes it just a million times better.
Even after your 20th clear, there is still a joy to be had in the amount of skill it requires to be cleared. When I say I enjoy FF14,
of course, the thing with WoW is you eventually end up over-gearing the boss. So what ends up happening is once you overgear something, once that fun is gone, I no longer want to do it because the fun was in not being able to do it, like literally having to be perfect in order to do it. Once you overgear it and you can basically smash through things because you have more DPS than what you should have had, the fun is gone and therefore the boss is no longer enjoyable. There's no point in to keep doing it. But if I can constantly sync myself and ensure that I always get the hardest possible difficulty, there's no point not doing it because every pull will still be a puzzle. Every pull will still require some figuring out.
that's mostly because I love Ultimate raids. Moving on from Ultimate, a huge reason I stick with FF14 over WoW as a competitive hardcore raider is the simplicity of gearing in FF14.
Yep.
I cannot tell you how liberating it felt to leave World of Warcraft and come over to FF14 and find out that there are actual best-in-slot lists that give me an extremely clear path of gear progression.
I used to live for that shit because we used to have this. Believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, in World of Warcraft, we used to have this. World of Warcraft wasn't always the RNG-infused monster that it is today. You used to have a very clear list. It was called your tier gear, and you would get tokens for your tier gear. You also had a system that would drop marks, and with the marks, you could upgrade or buy new pieces of gear. And it worked. It worked really fucking well. We always had an RNG gearing system with most of your based in slot stuff dropping in the raid. You know, even the token to get your tier piece would drop in the raid. But the gear was extremely straightforward. This is the gear. This is your based in slot. Now go get it. And it wouldn't take that long. It would usually take about a month in order to get your based in slot gear. Maybe 2 months if you were really unlucky with drops. But at least you knew, I'm done. This is it. I'm done. I'm fully geared now. I can go do other things. I can start playing my alts or whatever the case might be. Nowadays in World of Warcraft, the gearing process is basically never over because there's always something that you could get that's better than what you have. And there's so many items that it really takes that fucking long to get things done. It's better now that they've removed Titan Forging, Wall Forging, because at least now the based and slot stuff is back. But of course, they've made that go away with domination shards and fucking all that bullshit that they've brought into the game to make sure that the RNG doesn't actually ever go away. But no, like I said before, like I said at the beginning of the video, gearing should only ever be a tool in order to play the game. Gearing should never be the game. It should never be the reason for playing the game.
I hated the RNG factor of gearing in WoW, with some pieces coming from Mythic Plus, meaning I would have to wait for my weekly vault and hope I get the highest item level version, and other pieces coming from raiding, but maybe they don't ever drop, or they go to other players, and I'm seemingly just pulling a slot machine hoping to get an upgrade. In stark comparison, FF14 gearing is completely deterministic. There are only two sources of max item level gear, being Savage Raids and your weekly tomestones. These weekly tomestones are most akin to Valor Points in WoW. They are rewarded to you for completing max level content, with a weekly cap of 450 and gear items ranging from 375 tomestones to 1000. Only having two sources of max item level gear means that you can create clear best in slot gear sets and have the exact path to get them laid out in front of you. This is because Savage Raids are not purely gear drop based. Savage Raids drop treasure chests that contain a certain piece of gear, and you can open this chest on any class, and it will give you the raid gear piece for that specific class. For example, the final boss of a Savage Raid tier drops a weapon chest, and if you get the weapon chest, it's not a sword, or an axe, or a bow. It's whatever you want it to be, and you determine what weapon you'll get from it by opening it on the class that uses a particular weapon type. Even better is that clearing a Savage Raid fight gives you a currency once per week, specific to every single boss.
I have a question. So, let's say I went into the Savage with my Black Mage, yeah? And then I swapped, after the raid, I swapped to my Dragoon. Can I now open that chest of my Dragoon and get a weapon for my Dragoon from that chest? Or is the chest locked to whatever I did? No. Oh, shit. So you can actually gear. I fucking love that. You get a Lance. Sophia Storm, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. I love that. So you could actually, like, I'm in the mood to do a Savage boss on my Black Mage, but I don't actually need gear on my Black Mage. I do have gear that I need for other jobs, but not for my Black Mage. But it's still not really a waste. But if a job opens the chest, you get a weapon for that job. It's so fucking... You see, again, we come back to that. If it's not fun, don't put it in the game. That we saw in the previous video right at the beginning. The notes, the things that they learned. Because they could very easily have done it, right? To where the chest locks to whatever class killed the boss. So whatever class or job that chest dropped for, that weapon would come out of that chest. Instead, they go, no, you this is your character. And your character is an extension of you. We're not going to force you into anything. So if you don't want the weapon on your Black Mage, but you do want the weapon on your Dragoon, we're happy to give you that. Like that you earned this chest. We're not going to dictate to you how you use the chest as well. You earned it. You did it. Congratulations. Have fun. Perfect. You don't need anything else. You don't need to keep people locked into shit. They earned it. Let them use it.
Boss. And after acquiring enough of these boss-specific currencies, you can trade them for items that boss will drop. So after a certain amount of weeks, you are guaranteed to receive the item you're looking for. This means that you can accurately predict when you will get your best in slot items, how long it will take to upgrade them to max item level, and what specific pieces you're searching for. Lastly, a great benefit to a player like me who enjoys all types of games and not just FF14 is that logging out for days at a time doesn't mean that you fall behind. In World of Warcraft, when you are in a high-end mythic raiding guild, it can feel like you have to grind out whatever expansion currency is required to power up your borrowed power system. I remember doing hundreds of mob souls runs in Legion to farm artifact power, grinding out islands in BFA for Azerite, and now, in Shadowlands, Torghast and Maw dailies. I hated feeling forced to play the game to farm some arbitrary currency for a system that will be invalidated in a patch. In
Yeah.
FF14, the only thing
The thing with World of Warcraft, and this is true for all MMOs, but it's about hiding it's about hiding this fact. And if you can hide it really well, that's the money shot right there, you know? That's the Kumul over the face right there. All MMOs is an endless cycle of exactly the same shit over and over and over again. You can't really have it any other way, because all MMOs are built around new patch, new raids, new dungeons, more gear, and then rinse, repeat. But how well do you hide that fact is where the money comes in. Now, that's the million-dollar question. Can you hide it in such a way where the player doesn't obviously feel like he's on this never-ending treadmill towards, the next best thing? Now, the way you hide this is by not invalidating the work that was done previously. So in other words, I know that I'm going to do the exact same thing next month as I did this month with the launch of the new patch, but everything that I did this month isn't automatically just gone. It's not automatically just removed from the game. The gear that I farmed this month in order to get best in slot will be used next month when the new raids open up, because I'm going to need that gear. That's going to be very important gear for me, right? So at the end of the day, it helps. The trick is to hide that. And you hide that by not invalidating things. The problem with WoW is everything is invalidated almost the second. A good example of this is literally now in patch 9.2. So I don't think anyone here disagrees that domination shards was stupid and should have been removed from the game. But here's the sad part. So many fucking people work their asses off to get their domination shards. And guess what? They're going away in 9.2. So all of that hard work that you just put in to gain and gather your domination shards, to get the exact right ones, was for naught. It was useless. You literally wasted your time. That feels miserable when you realize, wait, why did I do all of this work? Just for it to go away.
Things you have to care about on a weekly basis is your weekly raid lockout and tomestones. Tomestones, like I mentioned before, come from literally any piece of level 80 content, so you can do whatever you enjoy in the game and get rewarded. I don't have to do a specific activity that's super boring for some random currency that I don't care about. I can just do one dungeon per day and cap my tomestones over time. And guess what?
It's chums, you make a very, very good point there. Ian, I believe at the beginning of BFA, Ian said that they wanted to make gearing. No, it was at the beginning of Shadowlands, excuse me. They wanted to make gearing less reliant on third-party add-ons and third-party programs. They didn't do that. No, it was BFA. Excuse me. It was at the beginning of BFA. They said that they wanted to make it so that an item level upgrade is an upgrade, no matter what. Turns out that's not true. Wasn't true at all, and it's not true in in Shadowlands either. Yes, you basically need a mathematics degree in World of Warcraft to figure out your gear, or you have to go to one of the websites like Ask Mr. Robot or something like that, and then sim your gear. You run your gear through a simulator, and it tells you what is the best gear that you currently have in your bags. And then you just equip that gear, because that is what you have right now. Most items that drop isn't an obvious upgrade right from the get-go. Now, you could make an argument that makes gearing quite interesting. It used to make gearing quite interesting when we had things like hit rating and things like armor penetration, and the most failed stat of them all, magic penetration, which ended up meaning nothing. But still, you had those things, and they made things a little bit fun and interesting, because oftentimes a gear piece would be an upgrade, but because you would lose hit rating, it would be a downgrade, because it would actually take you off of hit cap. Now, that makes it a little bit interesting. the new system isn't interesting. It's just tedious, because this should obviously be an upgrade, but it isn't an obvious upgrade because it doesn't give enough of this or it doesn't give enough of that. And they never seem to be able to figure out the prime stats versus the secondary stats. Some classes don't need their prime stat at all. Other classes' prime stat is so important that it may as well not have secondary stats on it as long as it has the prime stat on it, which also ends up just feeling weird. It just feels like World of Warcraft is constantly fighting a losing battle against their gearing system. And I think they're doing that is because they're trying to make gearing more complicated than what it has to be.
Have the tombstone gear I want for my main class, I can just stop capping my tombstones every week. The game allows you to choose what you want to do, how often you want to do it, and doesn't lock you into...
This guy literally just said, there is an interesting comment on your vid. Did we waste our time playing WoW? Vandally, thank you very much for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. What's the comment? But this guy literally just said, or just spoke the fundamental truth behind why so many people are loving Final Fantasy right now. The game lets you... Asmongold actually said this. Asmongold actually said this. A game shouldn't waste my time. The game should make me want to waste my time. That's the fundamental difference. And that is a very distinct and important difference. You shouldn't waste my time with bullshit mechanics and bullshit systems. You should build a game where you don't even have those systems, but I kind of want to waste my time in the game. Like Chocobo Racing. The true end game of Final Fantasy, as everyone knows. I don't have to do Chocobo Racing, but gods darn it, I'm gonna. And I'm gonna have fun doing it as well. Yeah. Truth be spoken, I love this video.
Into a system that requires
very
upkeep,
good insights.
Otherwise you fall behind. There have been times where I've logged out for weeks at a time while my raid team was taking a short break, and when I logged back in weeks later, I was at the same power level I left off at, and on par with everyone else. In the high-end raid community, it generally takes 8 weeks of raiding to get full best in slot. So after 8 weeks of re-clears, you have months to do whatever you want. Raid on an alt class because in FF you can have every class on the same character, farm mounts in extreme trials, tackle an ultimate and continue your raiding journey, or log out until the next raid releases. World of Warcraft always felt like it was designed for people who only play WoW. And while I love FF14 and have over 10,000 hours played,
Alright, so he's basically saying what Mr. Yoshi P said as well, right? Which is, as soon as you're done with stuff in our game, we want you to be able to go play something else. It's what we want from you. You know, we want to be able to say, hey, you're done with whatever you wanted to do in the game, go play something else. Come back whenever you feel like it. And most people don't go play something else, and most people come back every single day to play. Even though the game is actually designed in such a way that you don't have to play every single day, most people play Final Fantasy every single day because there's so much stuff to do, and everyone finds multiple things to do in the game. So it just ends up being a thing. But it is true what he's saying there. World of Warcraft really is a second job. If you really want to play World of Warcraft at a very high level, you will get home from work every day, and you will log into WoW immediately, and you will start fucking grinding. Because that's what it takes. And the grind never ends. The grind just extends itself consistently. To the point where, you know, I want to play a bit of Witcher. Well, too fucking bad. You have to grind because, you know, you have to raid. If you don't grind, you're not going to raid. It feels miserable, especially as someone... So I think my eyes around World of Warcraft started to open up in Legion. You know, I was getting very busy with content creation. My channel was starting to keep me very busy. My streams were starting to keep me quite busy. And I was getting to a point where juggling between streaming, making videos, and also raiding became very, very tedious for me. Because I would always have to take time off of something in order to do the other things. So if I wanted to make a video, I couldn't be grinding as much in order to get raiding. If I wanted to raid, you know, I couldn't do as many videos. And I couldn't really stream whatever I wanted to stream at the time. So it just became this juggling effect to the point where I was just like, okay, fuck it. I genuinely don't fucking care. I'm just over this. You know, I'm just done. So then I quit, and that was it. Sleepy dude, you're still not off the hook for lying earlier, so I don't know why you're back.
Still play other games every single day, and do not want to play FF all day every day. In closing, when I was moving away from WoW and drifting towards FF14, I was very skeptical if it could hold the attention of a more hardcore raider like myself. However, I 100% made the right decision moving over to 14, with Ultimate Raiding breathing new life into the MMO genre for me. It gave me a goal to strive for, and required me to get better as a player, think deeper about the game, and push myself to be the best player I possibly could be. As long as FF14 keeps releasing ultimates, I'll keep playing. If you love challenging yourself and overcoming difficult bosses, then FF14 is 100% the game for you. Despite being focused on more casual content, there is still plenty of content for high-end raiders and people who enjoy being really good at the games they play. The speedrun community in 14 is huge, and competition is fierce. There is also a huge parsing community, and fighting for high percentiles is really fun. It can definitely get a bit repetitive when you're trying to be the best in the world, but
that's
what game
true for
isn't
everything.
like that?
That's true for
If you're still on the fence about trying FF14, then I'd say give it a try. It starts really slow, and most people will try to tell you about how good the music is, or the story, or the glamour system, but for the gamers out there,
For the gamers out there, I'm almost willing to fucking hit the dislike button now. I'm gonna give him a little bit of rope here and see if he hangs himself, but for the gamers out there, he just fucking said.
Glamour system, but for the gamers out there, unshowered, smelly, and sweaty raid gods, you have a home in 14. If you like this video, leave a like.
Why the fuck does he presume to think that the only gamers are raiders? Like, Jesus. I mean, there's a lot of fucking games out there that has no raids and still games. So I would argue with that one, but at the same time, I would say that hardcore gaming is really the raiding scene. You know, if you're gonna be a hardcore gamer, then yes, you're gonna be into raiding. Because that's really what makes the hardcore scene in Final Fantasy. I still want to disagree with him when he says that Final Fantasy doesn't cater to the hardcore community. It just, but there is some hardcore stuff. Imagine you go to a restaurant, and it's a steakhouse. And the steakhouse has 2 vegetarian options, 2 pescatarian options, and 2 vegan options. But it also has all of the steaks, all of the burgers, all of the ribs, all of the barbecue you could ever fucking want. Would you then say that that steakhouse does not cater to meat eaters? Because it obviously fucking does. It just offers a bunch of other options as well. But it obviously caters to meat eaters. So the whole thing of, well, it doesn't actually cater to the hardcore. It's like, you literally see this picture of the ultimate raids looking at the guy and going, am I a joke to you? Like, what am I doing here? If I don't exist to cater for you, then I don't know what I'm doing here. The only difference is it's not a solo or mono-focused game. It's not a game that's built around, actually, World of Warcraft is sort of a duo-focused game because it's built literally for raiding or PvP. That's it. That's all you get in WoW. Either you PvP or you hardcore raid, or you basically get addicted and do the lists over and over again. But I think it's very unfair to say that it doesn't cater to the hardcore, because the fact that you have Savage and Extreme and you have all of these different raiding difficulties and you have a gearing system and you have a class design system that's really in-depth and fun suggests that it absolutely fucking caters to the hardcore audience. Okay, so what other system in Final Fantasy benefits from the class system or the job system in Final Fantasy? If it's not the hardcore raiding scene, what other do the crafting jobs require the class design of a black mage? No. Do chocobo racing require the job design of a dragoon? No. Does the questing in Final Fantasy require the intricacies of a samurai or a ninja? No. The literal reason why these jobs are designed so intricately and so painstakingly and meticulously is quite literally for the hardcore audience. So to say that it doesn't cater to the hardcore audience is to say that a game can only ever cater to someone if it is the only someone that they cater for. The thing that makes Final Fantasy the best MMO to have ever existed, and yes, I do not use those words lightly, but I do believe that it is an informed opinion. The thing that makes Final Fantasy the greatest MMO to ever have existed is because it looked at the overall scope of MMO players and said, right, we don't want to be a niche game. We want to be a game for everyone. We want to cater to the casual, to the crafter, to the glamour, to the housing expert, to the raider. We wanted to cater to everyone. We wanted to put something in the game that every single player could enjoy. And that's it. That is our goal. That is the only thing we work towards. Making sure that every single type of player will find something that they like in our game. And that doesn't mean that they don't cater. The only people that can claim that the game does not cater towards them would be PvPers. Because the PvP system sucks. Most people don't like the PvP in the game. And there's some obvious challenges. Now, they could be fixing it with, I think it was, people said 6.1? Is 6.1 the point where they finally add stuff for PvPers? Or they're going to try and fix the PvP system? PvPers could say that the game doesn't cater towards them, right? No one else can make that claim. Because the fact that it exists, the fact that there are things in there for you to do, means that it is catering towards you. It literally is catering. That's why it exists. So that's the only real problem I have with this guy's video. But you guys should absolutely go check him out. I'm going to drop him a like because I thought this was a really cool fucking video. And I'll give you guys the link to it as well so you can check it out for yourselves. But yeah, it's been a really cool video, I think at least. Makes a lot of very good points in this video. Touches on a couple of things that I disagreed with, but at the same time, it might just be a disagreement of opinion rather than a hardcore disagreement. So all in all, great video links. Really well thought out, really well put together, and much higher quality than mine. So good job. All right, so what did you guys think of the video? PvP with the 3 tick is bad and they can't fix that. Yeah, I don't know how you're going to fix something where your server itself is making a problem, is causing the issue. 6.1, I believe, is in February, or didn't they say it's like end of February? No. It's like 4 months, I think, for 6.1. So that would be March. Yeah, somewhere March. Someone said day before yesterday, someone told me that it's usually 4 months for the first patch. And then after that, it's every 3 months that you guys get a new patch. Or some shit like that. Don't talk about Mojang or Mojang or however the fuck you pronounce that. I don't understand that game. So I don't want to talk about that. I tried it a couple of times. It makes no sense to me. It's just a bunch of pictures, and I don't know how the fucking pictures are supposed to play together. So it's a stupid game. Yeah, I think I'm too stupid for Mahjong as well. Because I looked at that game, and I was like, Jesus, I don't know how these points work. How do you get point? How do you win? I just kept playing, and then I kept getting a fucking draw. Like, I kept drawing the whole time, and I was like, okay, well, fuck. How do you win? Like, someone tell me how I win. I too don't understand Mahjong. The news about this book first? Yeah, well, World of Warcraft, it'll be a while for the WoW patch, I think. Keep drawing card to make the best combo. Yeah, what? I don't even know what the fucking combos are. Death Knight, send it to me on Discord. Because I'll watch it. I'll watch it on Sunday. I will definitely watch it on Sunday. Well, patch looks like end of February, Echo. My question is just, is the next WoW patch going to be good? What do you guys think? Do you have a lot of hope for the next WoW patch, or do you not? How do you feel about the next WoW patch? Do we have anyone here that still actually plays WoW? I feel like my WoW community, my WoW audience is slowly but surely dying out, and it's being replaced by the Final Fantasy community, which I'm not complaining about. And then, of course, my hardcore community that plays everything I play and more. You guys will be here still. Obvi. Marula, thank you very much for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Maybe you should play it, Echo, and show it to us. Two-Boat, fuck you. Why must I play WoW? Do you not think I have feelings too? Like, Jesus. Yeah, let the streamer play the shit game. Let him be bored and we can just laugh at him. Fuck. You know, I have feelings too, you know? I also want to have fun. How much to stream WoW? $1,000. Aggro. You give me $1,000, I'll play WoW for an hour. You'll get 1 hour out of me for $1,000. I have to spend this amount on channel points. You don't have to answer, and I know it's not that time or platform to ask this, but have you any advice if someone is bad to interact? Wait, sorry, I missed that. Someone is bad to interact or work with people, not because do not understand them, just because not agree with them. I am so noob in WoW Classic and trying to find a clan, but it's necessary to have to talk, and it's painful, even though I like them. Prometheus, so basically what you're describing is similar to people that struggle with social anxiety, right? Or anxiety in general. The way you conquer anxiety is by literally conquering it, by going through it. You have to go outside, you have to challenge yourself, maybe start small, maybe start with a couple of people on Discord, hang out with them, find some way of connecting with them, and then grow that into something bigger. But sadly, with all of those conditions, anxiety and shit, the only way to conquer it is really just to go through it. You just have to run neck deep, head first into it, and come out the other side. So yeah, you might not like other people, and you might prefer to play alone, but MMOs were never designed to be played alone. So you're gonna have to put yourself out there and just find whatever you can that makes it a little bit fun. Still enjoy it. Rating a Mythic Plus is very good. I'll say rating a Mythic Plus in World of Warcraft does deserve some praise. It's definitely not as good as it could be, but definitely deserves some praise. Anyone that knows who I am and knows how I operate, I have always been willing to praise when praise is necessary. But I'm also very willing to criticize when criticism is necessary. Because I don't think you can have praise without criticism, and I don't think you can criticize without praising. Because otherwise I think you're just being... what's the word I'm looking for? I think otherwise you're just being dishonest. So, yeah, I have no problem with understanding why people enjoy WoW. I just can't enjoy WoW. Like, there's no reason I can see for myself playing WoW anytime soon. The game just does nothing for me. Like, genuinely fuck all. I think about World of Warcraft and I'm like, no, I don't have the same draw to Final Fantasy. Like when I think of Final Fantasy, I genuinely look forward to playing it when I don't have a massive fucking headache and feel like I want to pass out. But when I think about Final Fantasy, I do look forward to playing it. When I think about playing WoW, I just get depressed. When did I stop playing WoW? Oh, Jenny Beans. I want to say like 3 months into Shadowlands. Hyperflat, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Commit to diligent farming, you pussy. Yeah, I should actually commit to diligent farming. You're right. Play WoW now, Strummer. Fuck off, Agriel. I'm happy to react to videos, but I will not play WoW. No, yeah. Well, before that, so I quit in BFA already about 3 weeks into BFA. I quit playing. Then I came back for 8.3 for a little while. Then I came back for Shadowlands for a little while. Quit again, and I haven't picked up the game officially. I've been unsubbed since the lawsuit started. So when the lawsuits hit, I quit playing completely. I unsubbed from the game. Zakora, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. My thinking has always been to stay subbed because, you know, I will always sometimes... I will go back at some point and it's just easier to stay subbed than unsub and sub again. But then when the lawsuits hit, there is just this part of me that said, I cannot in good conscience give money to a company that is diametrically opposed to all of the things that I hold dear in my own life and the views that I believe and espouse to live my life by, and who also don't give me any good games to play. Like I can't stay subbed to a company like that. You can always play some nice Korthia and the more. Oh, the Taint of Secrets, grand. Yeah, I mean the Taint of Secrets was alright. Kind of small, considering it was supposed to be a massive city of secrets. You know, didn't really feel like that. But, I guess. Although I must say, maybe I won't, you know. I don't want to ruin Korthia for myself. It was such a thrilling experience the first time. I feel like playing more of Korthia would just ruin it for me. The week they replaced women pictures with fruits and the sexual jokes got taken out, I quit that week. It's so strange to me as well. You look at some of the jokes in Final Fantasy and how sexual it is, and then you look at the shit that's being removed from WoW, and you're just like, what? Fucking what? How is Final Fantasy getting away with this? Oh, that's right. Because the developers aren't doing it IRL. Turns out, players never had an issue with this shit happening in game. The problem was whenever developers decided to start doing it IRL. That was the problem, you know? Like, we don't actually mind sexual jokes in a video game. It becomes a real problem when ladies are being groped in the fucking office. Yeah, the voice actor got done dirty as well by them. Like, really fucking dirty. So that is also very true. I have someone to raid, guys. I do apologize, but I have such a fucking headache. I will be back on Sunday with probably normal time streams. Hopefully my head feels better. Hopefully I'm not as lightheaded as I've been. I should be good by Sunday, I hope. I'll definitely be streaming on Sunday. The question is just how long will I be streaming for on Sunday? But hopefully we'll be back to normal 8-9 hours a day. So yeah, definitely looking forward to that. I want to thank all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me, for spending your morning, your afternoon, your evening with me. It is, as always, an absolute pleasure to be here with all of you and to be able to spend your time talking crap and watching videos. It's always a lot of fun. So I'm going to be raiding Captain Grimm. For those of you who don't know who he is, he's funny as fuck. And I saw him streaming Final Fantasy and I thought, fuck it, let's go say hello to Captain Grimm. So even if you don't want to stick around, even if you feel like, fuck it, I have better things to do, at least go say hello and then, go do whatever. Ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful weekend. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And as always, I will see all of you on Sunday. Peace out, fam.